Were you not given breakfast? How is there no energy in this room? Good morning. Look, thank you very much. How are we doing today? Okay, lovely. A smile here. Another one. Thank you. Ooh, tough crowd, guys. Welcome to day 2 of Wikimania. A lot of hard work went into preparing this conference. So Wiki Indaba, sorry. Well, no, I did have breakfast. Apparently not a good one. Welcome to day 2 of Wiki Indaba. And I obviously want to begin by acknowledging all the organizers who've put a lot of work into making today happen. Thank you to the organizers for yesterday. How was yesterday? Can I get a round of applause for yesterday, please? Thank you. Lovely. My name is Nobantu Midise. I'm an advisory board member for Wikimedia South Africa. Here's one of my colleagues, Ingrid. Give her a hand. And of course, I'd like to welcome everyone who's joining us online. We wish you were here with us. But please stay tuned. We have a beautiful day planned. We have a lot of live sessions that will be running in parallel. And just to give everyone online a snippet of what happened yesterday, because there's a lot of interactive parts that happen in a conference, right? And that makes it worth being here. Can one or two people share with us, what did you gain yesterday? You've hopped into planes, you've hopped into trains, you've come all the way here. What did you gain yesterday? Anyone like to share something? Okay, it's not my style to pick on people, but I see a captive audience who politely asked me not to. So I'll come to her counterpart. Hello. Wow, are we shy? Okay, let's see. I'll come to the gentleman here. Good morning, sir. Lovely. Please tell us who you are. What did you get yesterday?
Good morning, everyone. I think what I really learned yesterday from the keynote address is the issue of language and how it's very urgent for the African community to make sure that we have our indigenous language presence digitally. If it's not present digitally, it's what? It doesn't exist. Yes. So if it does not present digitally, it does not exist. So there is an agency in us working on indigenous languages, and also some of the good statistics that colleague presented about the African community growth and what our take on that. So that's what I learned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get one more taker from the side of the room? What did you gain yesterday? Good morning.
Morning, my name is Eni Zandilenyati. I'm from South Africa in the Northwest Province, in a small town called Brits. As a first-time attendee, I'm wowed, and I have gained a lot of experience. And this has pushed me to push harder so that I can also make an impact, especially to let our African stories be told by us Africans to the world. And I hope to do more within the Wikimedia community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I love that. We have a motivated user. Thank you very much for sharing that. And I heard there's an enthusiastic hand in the back. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dantesa Divine. I'm from Uganda. What stood out for me yesterday was from the last session we had, when we were comparing the number of active editors to the readership rate. What I took from this is that as I continue contributing to any Wikimedia project, I should also try to promote my community members to actually read the content that we are sharing to them. How my mom maybe could be able to read Wikipedia in the language that she understands. So as I'm trying to contribute more, I should also promote what I'm contributing to the people that I'm contributing it for. That is what stood out for me yesterday.
Lovely. Thank you very much for sharing that. You can pass the microphone there. I love that. I know it's very easy when you're focused on what you're doing. Sorry to give my back to you. It's so easy when you're focused on what you're doing to keep doing the job, especially because you love it and you forget to promote it. But it matters. So never feel like, oh, it's just another edit. It's an edit. It's something that puts an African topic or whatever it is you're working on the map. So someone who did not know anything about that topic will know it because of your hard work. So the biggest round of applause to all of you for edits, your uploads onto Commons. Thank you very much. Lovely. So just to give you a rundown of what to expect today, we are going to have room sessions in the different rooms. Please look up the agenda on Meta. We are going to have a group photograph. So please do not be in your room taking a nap, taking phone calls. Please be here for the group photograph. It'd be lovely to make sure that this is uploaded online. You can remember that you were here. Everyone can see that you were here. And we are going on a group trip to Soweto. Can anyone tell me what Soweto stands for? Anybody? It's on Wikipedia. Hand in the back, yes.
Southwestern Township.
That's correct. It's called Southwestern Townships. And you are going to get a treat. You are going to visit the only road on our planet that has homes of 2 Nobel laureates. Does anybody know who those are? We've got a lady in the orange. Yes, you, ma'am. With the black cardigan. Yes.
Guessing it's Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu.
That's correct. Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu's homes are on which street? So you're filling in the blanks on what's in your conference. Sure, she doesn't. Can anybody? I heard someone say Vilagazi Street. Thank you very much. That is correct. Right. So, yeah, Wikimedians, fill in the blanks on what's in your own conference agenda. I love it. You will get the treat of traditional food. There are some varieties that appeal to international palates, so you are not forced to eat anything you are not comfortable with. But I obviously would encourage you to try it so you can have just a taste of what ordinary South Africans like myself get to eat on a daily basis. And remember that if you have any questions, just look out for our organizers in the back, the ones who are in the CCT t-shirts. If you have any questions, need help with anything, you are not stranded. There is a helping hand for you. Lovely. And so I will hand over to our keynote speaker. Her name is Thando Khumalo, and I will give it to her to share why it is that she made the news recently. I am intrigued and excited to give her the opportunity to share her story with everybody here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our keynote speaker, Thando Khumalo.
Thando. Hi, Namanti, just to say it's his. Thando is a him, not a
him.
Yes.
My mistake. Sorry, Thando.
Can we use that one?
Ngilalelani nina bakwantu, the people of the soil and sun. Ngiphezulu la kubambalele khona amafu, la kuphakama khona izulu. Ngitsho la kuphuphuma khona inyezi nenkwekwezi. Nginqaleni phasi ehlabathini ngibona ubukutani nobukakaramba benu. I am impressed. Ngombani ubukhobonga kanye nobuhlungu enamonyiswa bona bubhalelwe kunjika. Nisaqinile nimumethwe ngomlilo ongeze waqima nanoma senqwiliswa ngaphakathi kwamahlambe engwenya anzima. Nekuthomeni kwesikhathi kusabumbeka ilanga, amandlenu akhange nakancane disibezeka. Hlangana nazo zonke intshijilo zomlandu, ukumukwa kwephasi, ukudlengulwa, nafunzwa ukukhobonga ngekani kodwana akhange rhatsheka. Phasi eholweni lakonomtjharhelo ngambona mina ugija mphezeni kamabhoko, fighting the Boers while preserving your culture. Fighting for your brother from another mother. Abondle bezikhanyilanga, when they arrived and asked where Hochi Mampuru is, you replied and said, O Mampuru, ngemginyile. And that's the strength that should be embodied. Namhlanje sinakusasa nanoma ithemba selkhayela. Phasi kwalakaTanganyika ngambona mina uNyerere. You played a key role of the decolonization of Africa, a true champion of education and literature. Oh, and the Dahomey Amazons. How can I forget you, ladies? The Agiji, the Mino. Your legacy lives on, remembered through the ages as the symbol of strength in the Dahomey sages. Mayete, Ndlovuka Zunjinga from the Mbudu people in Angola. You fought against invaders with bravery. Ngiyazithoba, ngombana you are a diplomat with wisdom behind your eyes. You fought for your people and silenced their fears. Those who dared to stare, you ate their hearts. Bantu abantsundu, zingelani ulwazi olunzulu. Africa, listen, they may have invaded you, but they did not invent you. They may have brought Bibles in Africa, but they did not bring God in Africa. They may have came with weapons of mass destruction, violence, then introduced the word tribe, which birthed tribalism and xenophobia. But kumbula, you lived as clans, as amanala, amatonga, mapondo, as amanzunza. Now kumbula ukuthi ungubani uzokwazi ukukhafulela abantu abakho ngobuhlakani. Africa, awake, you sleeping giant.
Locha, my name is Thando Mahlangu. I'm a Ndebele activist, a cultural activist, an advocate for Isindebele to be on TV, specifically to be on SABC TV, because it's the only public broadcaster in South Africa that gave birth to other languages, like your isiZulu, isiXhosa, isiVenda, and isiTswana. Today, I'm gonna speak about the importance of language and culture. The importance of knowing you, knowing where you come from, knowing your roots. Lendo ulungile ekatayenza lapha. It's about her roots. It's about the roots of an African child. It's about where you come from. It's emphasizing the importance of language. Why language is this important? Because in language, if you know your language, no one can take it away from you. If you know your language, you know your roots. If you know your culture, you know who you are. You know where you come from. You know who gave birth to you. You know who gave birth to your great-grandparents. Why language is it important? It's mainly because you can be able ukuhleba ngelimu lekhenu. That's why it's important to teach our children their mother tongue. They are saying it's a mother tongue mainly because umntwana nakathoma ukukhuluma, they will be saying ma. They will be saying mother. They will be calling their mother. So now, Language is more important mainly because it's got an economy. You can know the English, but you will never be an Englishian. You can know any other language, but you can never be one of those particular languages. Let me tell you why language is important again. Language is important mainly because if your child, they are in danger, they can be able to speak to you or to speak to the people that they can help them in their own languages. Because when they speak English, anyone can hear in English. The problem that we have, that we are facing in Africa, it's mainly because mostly African countries, they speak French. Why is that? We need to know, we need to find out why our languages are not spoken. We need to find out why our languages, they don't have an economy. I'll bring it closer to home to South Africa. In South Africa, the only languages that they build an economy around them, it's English, Afrikaans, isiZulu, and isiXhosa. As a result, the other nations, they are getting affected. They are getting affected how? It's mainly because their language it's not on television. When your language is no longer on television, it means the coming generation, they don't hear that language being spoken. They don't know the language. They can't pronounce the language. They can't speak the language. They see that the language doesn't have an economy. Television and film, it's got money, a lot of money. If you can't act in your mother tongue, if you can't speak your language, which means that segment of money, it's not coming to you. Why culture is important in South Africa? Why culture is important in Africa? It's mainly because, I'll make you an example about isiNdebele culture. Can you see the blanket that I'm wearing? Yes. It's got my face. It's got my face mainly because I've partnered with an Aranda company that's producing blankets in Africa. What we've realized is that each and every 4 years, Simandebele, we go to initiation schools. Siyawelisa, siyathombisa. But the money that we are buying blankets, it's more than 1 billion. It's all of that money is going to Aranda. In Africa, as Africans, we have not mastered the importance of language and culture. Even tourists, when they come to Africa, they want to go emakhaya. That just shows Guti, the language and culture, it's got a tourism attraction. It's got monetary value. But we are not working enough for us to be able to see and spot the importance of language and culture. 2021, what happened, I went through to Boulder's shopping center. I was wearing like this. One of us, an African brother, told me that I'm not allowed in the mall because I'm naked. The whole thing trended throughout the world, throughout the world, African countries and internationally. Why? I saw people standing up for their language and culture, and that thing conscientized a lot of them about language, conscientized a lot of them about culture, the importance of that. So I'm here today to tell you, language is the most important thing. Culture, it's more important. The economy that comes with that, we need, as Africans, we need to make money from that. Kwakade bakwethu sisichaba sabantu abanzima, we've been praying. The problem came through when we started to believe in one thing. We started to believe in the Bible. We started to believe in a lot of things that put away, that push our language, that push the culture. Everything that is written in the Bible is true and it's correct. We need to follow it. We need to follow it in a way that we do and follow the African culture. We follow our ancestors. We lost being an African. We need to go back to being an African. We need to go back in speaking languages. We need to go back in speaking and practicing our culture. We need to connect in everything that is there. We need to live heaven on earth. Bakwethu, ilimu lethu liqakatheke ngokuthi if we speak it, if the next generation speak it, if the generation of the next generation speak it, it's not gonna die. But as Africans, we need to speak our language. We need to document our languages. We need to document our content. We need to document each and everything that we are doing. Bakwethu lapha ngikhamba noLungile Mabhena. She's a speaker. She's an author. She's a writer. She's a cultural activist. Umfundisi. She's an educator. She's an educator by profession. What I can tell you, I thank you for what you've done. I thank you for coming through. I thank you for believing in the African continent. I thank you for doing everything that you are doing to put the baton forward. Ngiyathokoza.
Lotshani. Lotshani is a Ndebele greeting. And what it means is, as nature rises, may it rise with you. That is the definition of Lotshani. And when you reply, you say, Agwande. Agwande itando, Agwande ihlonipho, Agwande ukuzwana. So when nature rises, may it rise with you. And when you reply, you say, may there be more love, respect, and coexisting. That is a Ndebele greeting, Lotshani. Now, the reason why I have to always teach this is to emphasize on the importance of language. When you do not understand or comprehend what you are saying, you become lost. Now, there's a group of Batwa Nation, when they greet, they say Ralocha. So the Locha is similar to Lotshani. Now, the Ra comes from an Egyptian god, which is Aman-Ra Kamet. They respect that god. Now, the Ra comes from Ramasedi. Ra meaning sun, Ma meaning moon, Sedi meaning Lisedi, as in stars. So, as Black people, we have always understood that we are nature. We are connected to nature. And that's how spiritual we are. And everything is a spiritual experience to us, even greeting. So I become sad actually when someone is so nonchalant to the point where they don't greet. You must always greet. That is Ubuntu. Greeting people shows that you are recognizing the spirit in that person. It's now beyond the color, the blackness, the whiteness, and everything else. Uglochis. My name is Lungile Mabhena. According to Home Affairs and my parents, I am 24 years old. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm often told I'm older by spirit. I'm a spiritualist. Okay, you may call me a Sangoma, but it's a topic for another day. I am a spiritualist and I'm a teacher by profession, unemployed, yes. And yeah, I perform at theater. So what makes me different from other writers, other poets, is the fact that I focus on African culture. What I can tell you is that when the missionaries came, a lot was taken from us. Our cultures were demonized, and also under African culture, we have laws and principles. In order to kill those laws and principles, they had to lie to us and tell us that is some sort of a mythology. Now, I'm here to tell you as a spiritualist that there's nothing as myth. Those are laws. The reason why you shouldn't wear one shoe, you know those things you always hear around in the village, that is spirituality. Now, the reason why we created Isindo, I'm just going to use we, because I believe we are our own ancestors. The reason why we created African culture, it is because we were trying to interpret nature. Now, people that believe that African culture is barbaric or whatever are people who are not educated about what African culture is. African culture depends on African spirituality, meaning that it cannot be barbaric as long as the sun is yellow, as long as the grass is green, because we created it trying to, okay, thank you. Time is up, but thank you so much. Ngiyathokoza. You can follow me on social media.
Questions?
Do we have any questions from the room? For Tando, just put your hand up if anyone has. Sorry, I didn't see you. And Mr. President, please.
Thanks, Ayla. Lochani Tando.
Akwande indaba ezida.
Locha ngikhohle igama lakho.
Kulungile mabhele.
Kulungile. Iya, hey. Sasinomraro la ngeWikipedia.
Yes.
Lwimi lesiNdebele lusephansi kakhulu.
Siyavuma.
Kodwa uprofessor usincedile lapha. Liyeza ulimi lesiNdebele ngeWikipedia, ngeWikipedia. Kodwa nani siyangicela ningabi kude man. Asinitholi kahle.
Ngiyavuma.
Yeah, kumele nisondele sibe nani sisebenze nani sikhona ukuthi sikhuphule lelwimi leli.
True, true.
Ngiyabonga.
I'll definitely volunteer my time to be part of Wikipedia. I'll definitely do that mainly because isiNdebele, the history, it was told wrongly so because of what Umzilikazi did. Because when you say Ulindebele, they think you are coming from Zimbabwe. And Amandebele, they are older nation than Ischaba Samazulu, than Amazulu, mainly because Umzilikazi utenakabaleka KwaZulu Natal, he kept fighting all these kings. He ended up fighting Ischaba Samandebele and going to Zimbabwe, and settled where they called Matebele land. In Zatu Zaloko, it's mainly because they fought Amandebele at the end and they took most of us to Zimbabwe. If you can check the Ndebele from Zimbabwe and the Isindebele from South Africa, it's too different. It's way apart. Actually, when I'm look from the outside, I can tell you that Isindebele from Zimbabwe, it's more of isiZulu and isiXhosa. You understand? And even Ivunulo Kona, their traditional regalia, it's more of isiZulu. So now our history as Ndebele nation, it needs to be told. Ischaba Samandebele, it was more powerful in a way that when Nabakweba, Nabakweba Unyabela, they sentenced Unyabela with his own nation. That's how Unyabela was powerful, because they said Amandebele, they should never come together because they are a dangerous nation. Get to us.
Look it up, Wikipedia.
Yeah, but in terms of Wikipedia, I'm one person who writes under Isindebele. If there's an article there, it's me. I've recently read. So yeah.
Are there any other questions? We have a question here. Please don't forget to say your name and which user group or...
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I would like to appreciate my
User group
co-developers. Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I would like to appreciate my
User group
co-developers. Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I would like to appreciate my
I'd like to say thank you
thank you
to
for
my
this
co-Ndebele
opportunity. I would like to
people
appreciate
there. Mina
my
ngilindebele from Zimbabwe. I bought my cards here. Silindile ukuthi isiNdebele sisiphakamise ngesicoco esikhulu ku-Wikipedia. And sithemba ukuthi we are going to do great collaborations with you, our pals from the SA. Labanye kwezinye indawo isiNdebele will fly high. Abantwana bethu bathwala nzima when they are doing researches online because they cannot find cultural material on Ndebele. Bathwale nzima kakhulu and then they end up writing anything and things that are not useful to them. So we are ready to go. Thank you. So we are ready to go. Thank you.
She said she looks forward to the time when the language is
So we are ready
on
to go.
Wikipedia, and a lot of editors in the Isindebele
So we
experience a
are
lot of
ready
challenges
to
in
go.
owning their values.
You got that right. And what I can also add, the reason for all these
So we
challenges
are
is mainly because even the census in South Africa, and what I can also when they do their research, currently they are claiming that even the census in South Africa, that's not true. But when they are doing research, when they come to me, they say, which other language can speak? Can you hear Zulu? Once you say yes, they categorize you and say, which SABC language can you hear Zulu? So and also the another challenge that we face out there is anything that's in the language, which is so and also another challenge that we face is like Kwazelwa, it's not broad. That's another problem. For example, even if you can check all the players, it's not broad. Currently, they have practicing the pro. For example, even if you can check because when you go into SABC, they'll tell you that it's a very supposed to work. For example, SABC was for this is cause it's in the belly, this is swap. But if you can check in what the news bulletin, it's coming one. But this is swap and this in the belly is always come in at 5 and they are changing number to 5. But this is swap cause it's in the belly to some come in. So now the problem that we have in China is our parliament cause it's in the belly currently. So now we never had our president speaking in our parliament. That's another challenge. So now, if our parliament can speak their mother tongue, they can support another challenge. They can support anything that our parliament can speak their mother tongue. In South Africa, like 11 official languages, so now which languages they have equal. That's another problem. As a result, our young generation will see our language they don't have. That's another problem. That's why they learn to speak English. They will say our child they are very clever because they're speaking English, but they don't know their mother tongue. We will say our child they are very clever.
So for highlighting some institutional issues, and I think it's quite something that we don't have to highlight some institutions maybe to facilitate this conversation. It would be inspiring. We don't have to highlight institutional issues. I encourage you during break times to discuss this. Are there parallels between what has just been discussed here and what you experience in your respective countries? Are there parallels between what has just been discussed here? Thank you very much. Welcome to one of our lawyer partners. Thank you very much for content. Welcome to one of our lawyer partners. Thank you very much, Ben. Welcome to co-founder. Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you very much. Welcome
Thank you. We just like to thank Tando Sango for coming here. Thank you so much for your presentation. Give him a round of applause. Wikimedia, thank you so much for your presentation. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. And Zango Wikimedia, thank you so much for your presentation.
Apologies, colleagues, for spreading misinformation. We will be joined by Amanda, who is doing a presentation. Apologies, colleagues, for spreading misinformation. We will be joined by Amanda, who is doing a presentation. Apologies, colleagues, for spreading misinformation. We will be joined by Amanda, who is doing a presentation. Apologies, colleagues, for spreading misinformation. We will be joined by Amanda, who is doing a presentation. Apologies, colleagues, for spreading misinformation.
Good morning, goeiemorgen, moweni, sasa. My colleague yesterday taught me the Swahili version to moweni, sasa. To be here today. My colleague yesterday taught me the Swahili version to moweni, sasa. My colleague yesterday taught me the Swahili version to moweni, sasa. My colleague yesterday taught me the Swahili version to moweni. Sasa, colleague yesterday taught me the Swahili version to Sasa, colleague yesterday taught me the Swahili version to Sasa, colleague yesterday taught me the hate speech and toxic speech, and so using AI and to talk to hate and toxic speech, and so using AI around to talk to the country's largest indigenous network, AI and platforms that you actually Wikimedia Alliance, partnerships alliance that provide the problems of robots. Are we going to be seeing further sort of destruction of information integrity when it comes to actual robots? And are they really the real enemy? Well, yes. As we know, AI can spin up disinformation very quickly. It can hallucinate information and create its own sites that will ultimately kind of feed into believable. As we know, AI can spin up disinformation very quickly. It can hallucinate information and create its own sites that will ultimately feed into believable. As we know, AI can spin up disinformation very quickly. It can hallucinate information and create its own sites that will ultimately going to be running for the next presidency. This was a deep fake that was created, and this was reshared on TikTok a number of times. This was reshared on Twitter, including by Ghana's official presidency account. So the very ease of quickly spinning up this deep fake meant that it was a very quick and easy way to spread what looks like a reputable site, especially when an embassy, or a presidency, an official presidency account manages to reshare this information. But so we have to take a step back and ask, okay, so is disinformation really the problem? Next slide, please. Can everybody sit? My echo. Yes. The one case study that I want to chat to you about a little bit here is one that we did very recently it was part of a program called Forbidden Stories. And this specific one was called around story killers. So what happened here, it was a cross-border investigative reporting collaboration, and we uncovered a newsroom set up by an intelligence group called Perceptor. And so the news site, if you look at it, looks pretty legitimate. It's got contact details of the journalists. It's got a list of editors and journalists that work there. However, when digging slightly deeper into the site, we discovered that the kind of investigative journalist and editor didn't actually exist. A deep profile had been created for her that even had things like Facebook check-ins, it had X posts, it had restaurant reviews, it showed where she was traveling to, posted fake Instagram images. This person does not exist. Next slide, please, and I'll show you the next one. Person at the top there, that person does not exist. It was entirely a faux persona that was created as an investigative journalist. So by creating this persona of a journalist who's got contact details, who's got photo, who's got a sort of history of information, alongside and then partnering with a social media influencer who writes and records anti-Semitic, anti-French, pro-Russia content, Perceptor managed to build a fake news agency and spread disinformation in Burkina Faso, and in turn allow foreign states to take advantage of an unstable government for their own business means. So already there creating an information kind of disinformation loop, really. I'll tell you lastly, I see my 5-minute sign is showing. I'll tell you lastly a little bit about a further report that we did around media capture. And so one of the methods that we discovered used by bad actors is that they make use of something called an article laundromat or a rinse cycle. So the narrative is one, if you can move to the next slide, please. Next one. There we go. Rinse cycling. So the narrative is one that originates in a foreign country. The research that we did was looking at Russia, China, France, Russia, China, and France. So they're here, a pundit from an African country is paid by the foreign state to write an opinion piece. covering a topic that is very specific to basically propaganda spread by a country, by a foreign body. And then this op-ed is published within local media. The opinion piece is then republished in that originating foreign country as an opinion piece, which in turn is then by that country's local media published as a news story. Like African scholars say, the Olympics in this country ran really well. It's very much clear propaganda that's being respread as a news story. And so you can see what happens here is that we've created a fake loop of information that looks like real information, but when you dig a little bit deeper, you realize, hang on, I'm actually spreading propaganda that's being created by a foreign state. So by now, I'm sure you're wondering, okay, can I quickly say my last sentence? So we come up with a few last solutions, just one very last slide, is what I really wanted to say is work with us, work together, and I can already see, we've got the individual chapters, work together to kind of find a way to build, to develop infrastructures that tell stories, that let us kind of together preserve and promote local knowledge. We've got to shift focus from peer-to-peer mentorship. Very lastly, I think is the one that my colleague Vicolo is going to be chatting a little bit more, is like nurture, participate in when there are fact-checking and kind of fact-checking peer mentorships in order to learn like what is the information that we can really make use of in order to ensure the information integrity of the platforms such as Wikipedia. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Amanda. Sorry for the heat of pressure at the last minute. Thank you very much to Code for Africa for being wonderful, loyal partners to Wikimedia. We really, really appreciate it. And as she mentioned, look out for Bukola's session, which will be taking place later in the afternoon. Thank you also to Tando Kumalo for joining us. Siyabonga. Thank you. Matlangu, ooh, this surname has changed so many times during the course of our presentations. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And now we are going to take a 5-minute break just for coffee, stretch break, and then the breakaway sessions will begin. Please do not forget to tag us on social media. What are the 2 hashtags? Oh, my people, what's going on? Our 2 hashtags are, okay, united in diversity. With a bit more enthusiasm, please. Our 2 hashtags are? That sounds so much better. Thank you very much. I love hearing your voices, by the way. Just putting it out there. Yes, United in Diversity and Wiki Indaba 2024. Don't forget to tag us, share your beautiful pictures, and of course, please be here for our group photo later this afternoon. We look forward to taking that and uploading it. Please enjoy your coffee break and enjoy networking. Thank you. Okay, I love hearing your voices, not mine all the time.
Yeah? There is a group photo? Later. Later. Which time? I don't know. At the moment.
Initially, we created some slides for us to do this collaboratively, but in the interest of time and how technology can be at times, we'll go traditional and use these sticker notes. But we just want you to take about 5 to 7 minutes of your time as a youth organizer. We are not just talking about youth contributors, we're also talking about you. There are other ways you want to grow in the movement. There are other ways you want to grow to be able to lend a hand to someone else to grow. We want you to look at the question we have there about incentives. You as a youth organizer, us as a movement, what do we need to do? Or what can we possibly set out there to motivate people to to come to our community? And the campaigns team at the Wikimedia Foundation is also very eager to learn this from you so that we know the kind of support that you need as you move forward in your work. And Masana is helping us to share the sticker notes. And it doesn't have to be much, but there must be that one thing that you can bring to that paper as someone who has been leading other young people and also contributing as a youth organizer. We've heard a lot about the data needs, the venue needs, and all of the things that we know we talk about every day. We know about those things. We acknowledge that they are important, but I want you to think beyond those things, because from where I stand now, I think those are like the smallest of other things that we need to think about. And just to give you a little bit of what you need to think about as you write this, when I reflect on the strategies that are being used by other youth movements, for example, what Yongo does, can you go back to that other slide? No. Yes, leave it at it is. Thank you. So when I think about Yongo and the strategies that they use, what Yongo does is that they recruit young people to join their network. And when these people join their network, they make sure that they have the space to lead advocacy problem. But that's not the goal for young people. I think what is the sole attraction for them is that they are able to stay there and then have that opportunity to have leadership opportunities with UN affiliated bodies. And then when they work with the UN affiliated bodies, they grow the skills, they grow the network to kick off their career. To them, that is the sole attraction for that network. Then when you move to One Young World, for example, what they do is that they bring young people and then imbibe in them a certain style of leadership that they need to go out with in the world, and then also give them a platform to talk about their work as youth leaders, and then help to give them that media visibility. So when you look at what they do, is more about storytelling and having that platform to elevate young people to be able to grow both in their network and what they do. And then there are also, I think some of us who were at Drift also met the Paradigm Initiative, who also thrives on bringing secondary school students and training them in digital skills, especially those from underserved communities. So as you respond to what you have before you, the papers, what do you think should be or can be the incentive that youth organizers and the movements and everyone in this room can really bring to make our work easier as it gets difficult by the day? So the clock is ticking, and don't tell me that. So let's just take maybe 2 minutes. I heard we are not left with much. Please, just 2 minutes. Nothing is too small on that paper, but be mindful that whatever we do in this room today will determine how you thrive and move forward in the movement. So I urge you to make sure that your voice counts, because you all are people who bring in other people into the movement. So you are important to us. Do we have a question? Yes, if someone wants, please.
Okay, thank you, Euphemia, for touching on this and very important topic. So I just wanted to also add that First of all, we need to also analyze where we can find these youth. And social media has become a very powerful tool for reaching to these people, especially online. And we're seeing the trends. Even if you look at Facebook, we're not seeing a lot of young people on Facebook anymore. We are seeing them on other platforms like TikTok and those kind of things. And I think that one of the things that we can approach this as communities that work in the grassroots is to understand where we can find the youth in our communities. Which platform are they very actively on, and how can we channel our communication in a way that is attractive enough for them to join? Because for most of the time, it looks like some rigid thing. We're coming to ask them to write an essay, and those kind of things looks very unattractive for youth. But it also requires some kind of communication skills. So having that communication skills in our teams as user groups, blah, blah, we should really prioritize social media and also build capacity, because some of most of the time, the social medias in our communities, or they are not really professionals, or they lack certain skills. So also building capacity to be able to see how we communicate in a way that attracts the youth, or supporting them. I don't know how, but there are so many ways, using videos and all of that, and also communicating other things, not just Wikipedia, because I think we do a lot more than Wikipedia platform. We have other interesting platforms that can also attract them. Yeah, so thank you.
One last comment and then we wrap up.
Yes, Lochan. As the Wikimedia movement, what I think we can do is to engage with the youth and get solutions from them, because the youth of today, it's more of thinkers. They are quick, they come with solutions, but they need to feel involved. They need to feel, they need to own the solutions that they will provide for their communities. And again, what else we can do is to support their talents, because others they are art painters, others they are painting, others they are artists, others they play soccer. We need to involve them and see to it that we support their talent that they have, because we see the world is changing. It's no longer of the hard workers. It's more of the thinkers. The ones that we say they are lazy are the ones that to come with the most important solutions. So if we can engage the youth and make sure that they own the solutions, they'll participate, they'll leave some things like drugs and other things that are not growing them, but they'll come with the solutions. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you so much. One last comment. Just finish up with writing the comments, and then I'll grab the sticky notes from you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would say that to a very large extent, luck is on our side, right? How do I know this? The youth we are hoping to engage today are very loud people. They are not shy to express themselves, like, younger people from, let's say, the millennial or the earlier or older generation. So they are unconventionally out there, outspoken. So for us to really get these guys, we should also have that unconventional approach. You want to get a Gen Z and you are, communicating about what you want to tell them on Facebook. You're on your own. You need to go to TikTok and meet them right there where they are busy consuming content. You have to do the unconventional. You need to go to the TWIPS community, as we call them in the Gen Z language. So the conventional cannot work. So we have to think like them, move like them. There is someone who is already doing something nice. I don't know if you guys know her, Anna or Annie, Depths of Wikipedia. She tries to use social media, to talk about Wikipedia. Very cool things, So some of them can come across as witty, and it's fun. But this is the approach we also should be thinking about. What can we do on TikTok to get these youths, for instance, other unconventional means of communication? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ceslas. I think it's time to grab the sticky notes. Yeah.
Oh, we know. So this time can never be enough. But I guess this should be the start of it and not necessarily the end. So we want to find some time to probably meet later today or tomorrow over lunch and probably have further discussions. And myself and Masana will come to you to let you know where we can meet further. But thank you, everyone. This has been really conversational and engaging. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ifomia. I know the time wasn't really on our side, but my apologies on behalf of the team. The next session will be by Ibrahim. He'll be talking about the importance, role, and powers of the Universal Code of Conduct coordinating committees. Are you ready? Okay. You need a laptop. Okay. Yeah. No, but they have it. They have it up there. Did you send it to them?
I don't know. It's singular.
Okay, I'm Me outside. It's a personal. Why did you choose African time for us? Seriously, it's 9:30 somewhere in the world. Candy, we're not friends. Don't call me. I'll forgive you like later. No, I'm joking. I know it's a hard job. I know it's a hard job. You did so good. I could tell you were a little bit nervous, but you did amazing. You were feeling cold. Yeah, that was amazing. But oh, you are. I'm gonna give you. Yeah, I think the office hours are so early. And I was so sad to see this presentation. There you go. Okay, we can lift it.
This late. Oh my God. I will share it with him.
I know, I shared it as well.
Ah, this is.
Anytime, anytime.
Excuse me. I share it with you. Team you play is.
Yeah, it's
You
okay.
need to transfer it.
Don't worry, we have it.
Open with Google Chrome.
No, it's not transferring there. That's why I had to
Why you
download.
transfer? Open this Google Chrome directly.
I have tried that, it has failed. So just allow me to.
Just open it with Google Chrome. It will. You will. This is will make. It's not sure, but please open it with.
Here it is. Yeah, you can be able
I
to
don't know the PowerPoint.
You sent Google Slides.
Yeah, it says Google Slides.
So you can do slideshow. So you can do slideshow on Google Slides. Okay, so if you
Open
go
it.
on
Open
Google
it
Slides,
directly. If
that's
this
the
double
one
it.
that you have, yeah? Okay. So let's see. So you actually just do
Yes.
Let's say I did it should be 35. It's entirely up to me.
Oh my God. Oh. Please, don't open it with a PowerPoint. Please, I want it to play directly from the.
Ibrahim, we have this under control. Just stand, we'll do it. At the moment, you guys being here stressing.
My time is wasted.
No, don't worry.
I don't have a time.
We will give you extra time, so don't
Okay.
worry. Try.
Now I open it with the browser directly. See, transfer it to-
I know, because they're having different screens.
It's just full screen.
Like the economy is forming psychology.
All animation.
I know.
Get a wife, start a family.
Okay, good morning. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining me today. And please don't this big title scare you. Okay? Okay, first, my name is Ibrahim Laidi. I am a member of the Universal Code of Conduct. Please. Oh. Okay, thank you. I am a member of the Universal Code of Conduct Coordinating Committee. Yeah, I know it's a long name and a lot of C. So we use U4C as a short name. Hello. Oh my God. Please. Okay, thank you. Okay. First, I want to have a questions for all here. Did you read the Universal Code of Conduct before? Anyone? Anyone read the Universal Code of Conduct? Okay, it's good. Okay, second question. Did you participate in the U4C elections as voter or candidates? Yeah, I see one of candidates here. Okay, thank you. Let's go straight forward for the main question today. Okay, next slide. Okay, what is the importance of the Universal Code of Conduct and U4C? Okay, the short answer is because it's a game changer for all Wikimedia movement, project, and everything. Why? Because the first point, it's applied globally for all projects within the movement. Okay, all projects, we know every project have a local policy, a local community. You know, every community has a policy. As which will make it difficult for you know, a role to apply for all projects. Now, Universal Code of Conduct become now part of term of use of Wikimedia Foundation, and it will apply for everything in Wikimedia. Affiliates, projects, online, offline, everything is under Universal Code of Conduct. And the second reason, okay, we need a safer environment for environment. You know, if you don't have, if you are suffering from a bad behavior or someone bother you, you don't, can't be a volunteer. You can, all projects depending on volunteers. So we need a good environment for that. Okay. Next step, no pathway to resolve issues. And another way, no unsolved complaints. You know, most of us has a complaint against another user or against an administrator, sorry, against your administrator in your project. So, you know, you make a complaint to others, but your complaints in most cases unsolved. Why? Because there is a gap between, you know, we have teams like trust and safety, like AFCOM, like ombuds commissioner or stewards, but some in cases belong to behaviors. So it can be solved. Now, with Universal Code of Conduct is be solved. Okay. Next step. Okay. This is actually Universal Code of Conduct contain only 5 big points. Okay, I will explain it quickly. This is expected behavior, like mutual respect, practice empathy, assume bad faith, respect the way that contributor name and describes themselves. Another point, civility, collegiality, mutual support, and good citizenship. You can read it as you like. I will make it quickly. Okay, this is the second point, important point about unaccepted behavior. First, harassment, like insults, sexual harassment, threats, encouraging harm to others, disclosure of personal data, hounding, and trolling. All these unacceptable behaviors. The second point, abuse of power, privilege, or influence. Yeah, if you anyone admin here, please brace yourself. Okay. Because use of authority, abuse of seniority and connection, and psychological manipulation. Okay. The second point, third point, I'm sorry, content vandalism and abuse of project. All these 3 behavior unacceptable according to Universal Code of Conduct. Okay. And because this is not just a rules, we have enforcement guidelines. This is talk us how to implement the Universal Code of Conduct. Like translation, Universal Code of Conduct must be translated to all languages, and every year we make annual review for it to improve the Universal Code of Conduct. Also, notification, promoting awareness, training, and all these things about how to implement the Universal Code of Conduct. Okay. We have now a question for all. Who is responsible for implementing and enforcing the Universal Code of Conduct? I see maybe someone say Wikimedia Foundation, Trust and Safety, U4C. The right answer is everyone. Everyone in Wikimedia are responsible. Every project, every affiliates, everyone is responsible. And he should raising awareness about Universal Code of Conduct, and he should enforce it. Okay. let's talk about U4C. What is the U4C? It's equal body to other. This is official description. It's an co-equal body to other high-level decision-making bodies like Trust and Safety Steward, Ombuds Commissioner, and AFCOM. By the way, we are cooperating and work as a team. So, what is the tasks of U4C? One, handling complaints and appeals, perform any investigation necessary, provide resources for community, and provide final interpretation of Universal Code of Conduct and enforcement guidelines also, and monitor and assessment of UCOC. Okay. What is the U4C structure? The committee I talk about. It contains 8 elected members from 8 regions for 2 years term. And by the way, I'm the member represent Middle East and North Africa, and unfortunately, I'm the only member from Africa. So I hope the next election we will see a lot of members from Africa. We have also 8 elected members from community at large for 2 years, but it's the first term, in first time, 1 year, and should be elected. We have also a non-voting members appointed by Wikimedia Foundation. Okay. How the case is working in U4C? This is an important point. Please give me your attention. You are a user, okay? If you have a complaint, you should go to your administrator or your supervisor in your project. And he should have a policy. Okay. You should, he should solve your complaints if you have, for example, trolling, harassment, or anything of this, bad behavior from another user. You should, your complaints go to for your administrator or your supervisor. So if this is not working, you should go to your community. Your community should make a discussion for it. Okay, next step, if you have a reputation committee or ARPCOM, like Wikipedia English or German English also has a reputation ARPCOM. I say as ARPCOM as your short name. If you this fail, we will go to the next step to go to the meta to make your complaints. Okay, what if all these things are failed? Okay, in this part, U4C declare, a systemic failure. Systemic failure is the only permission for U4C, which means we take any actions to the project or the affiliate if they not comply or fail to implement the Universal Code of Conduct. And what I say action, I mean hard action, like ban, like maybe remove the permissions, or all things will do with if we systemic failure declare. Okay, U4C is not a global ARPCOM or a court. This is important point, because if you have a complaint, you should go to your project also in the first, your admins, and should be make the regular steps. You can't go directly to U4C. Okay, it's not a moral police. Yeah, we are not a policeman in the project and tell anyone do that or not do that. Okay, first, third point, take cases is not primarily involved with violation of U4C. Anything outside UCOC or Universal Code of Conduct, it's not belong to U4C. Fourth point is we are not working alone. Yeah, we are not alone. We also working with another team by Trust and Safety and another teams also. We working to solve any cases belong to anything belong to Universal Code of Conduct. Third point, conflict with other high bodies jurisdiction. Yeah, we have a jurisdiction. Yeah, we are jurisdiction for all projects to keep and ensure the universal code of conduct work fine. But we also, we cannot, for example, have jurisdiction for another bodies or another teams. You say we're working with NDA or non-disclosure agreement. Africa and UCOC. This is an important point for if you represent any user group or affiliates of generally, okay? This is my advice to you. First, you should create a code of conduct for your project. This is important point because in the next steps, if your project doesn't have a code of conduct, that means a lot of mistakes, a lot of complaints, a lot of many bad behavior. So this is will be harm your project. You need to make universal code, code of conduct for your project. Another point, align your internal policies and rules with UCOC. That's, I think, is should be everyone do that because if you anyone cannot reject the universal code of conduct. Rejecting the universal code of conduct or not to comply with it will make your project in bad situation. So you should make your align with a universal code of conduct. Third point, raise awareness about universal code of conduct for individuals or employees on your group or project. That's important point for everyone. And if you're responsible or have a role in your, have a role in your project, please do that. And I think the last point, please, it's essential for connection with align with the African group to support strong African candidates. Yeah, actually we have the last election, we have many candidates from Africa, but unfortunately, all of them not succeeded. So please, we need to support and consolidate one candidates represent Sub-Sahara Africa. We need someone represent this region. Okay, this is our email to communicate with us. If you have any complaints, please send us to this email. Okay? Okay. Last part, questions. If anyone has question, just one question. Anyone has question? Any question? Okay.
Alors, bonjour. Je vais parler en français et après, voilà. Alors, si je comprends bien, il a dit tout à l'heure que lorsque tu crées un projet, tu dois créer un code de conduite spécifique pour ton projet. Mais il faut que le code de conduite que tu crées pour ton projet soit en commun accord avec, avec le code de conduite universel, si je comprends très bien. C'est ma question, en fait. Alors, il a dit tout à l'heure, lorsque tu crées un projet, pour ne pas qu'il y ait trop de plaintes au niveau de ton projet, il faut que tu crées un code de conduite spécifique. Donc, ce code de conduite spécifique doit être en commun accord avec le code de conduite universel, obligatoirement, c'est ça?
بالعربية لأن
okay.
سؤال هي قد أنك ذكرت في المداخلة بأنه عند تفعيل مشروع ما يجب إضافة أو إدماج مدونة السلوك العالمية وهي تتساءل كيف ذلك يعني هل هو من
اوكي
على أي أساس على أي أساس أو
Okay, if I'm sorry, I will say in English. If you read Universal Code of Conduct, you will see all detail or all information about Universal Code of Conduct or about all these points. You can copy it to your project or use it, or can you make your vision, but please make it align with Universal Code of Conduct. Don't make anything against Universal Code of Conduct. How? Write it, you can write it as you like. any points or rules, but we should. I don't understand.
كيف يمكن ادماج مدن السلوك في المشروع تاعها لكي لا تخالفه؟ يعني هذا السؤال.
We say the simple answer. Use the direct rules. The same rules. Use the same rules. You can add rules, but it shouldn't be against the Universal Code of Conduct as well. And
right.
sorry, I have a guest from Trust and Safety, Ms. Mahmoud. Sorry.
I can quickly expand on what Ibrahim is saying, but I do think the most important part here is it's not just about copying the Universal Code of Conduct, but actually building pathways or like steps to enforce it in your local community, right? So the hope here is that you might view, okay, you have an issue, and you might feel like with this issue, you only do a temporary block for only 24 hours. And that is the rule that you have. Or that you actually discuss it in the community for 6 days. Or you do X for 5 days. Or just creating steps of expectations that one thing, like to be able to maintain the UCOC, you have rules and orders within your community. So that is a bit of a better way to think about how you look at it in your local context.
Yeah, thank you so much. Because we're really behind time, I would have to cut you short. So we have to move on to the next session. So we're going to have, let's give our speaker a round of applause. Thank you so much. So we really have to move on to the next session. Break. Okay, so we have 10 minutes break. Please come back in, and then we'll have the next session by Manu. Yep. So we have 10 minutes. Yeah. So we could just come back in 10 minutes, guys. Thank you. I'm so sorry, guys.
No, it's not you. Don't apologize. Oh no, Candy, you are doing amazing. You really are, and we understand.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. So, the next session
Hello.
we'll be having is from Habib. Yes, so he's going to be speaking about how to become a good mentor in Wikipedia. Take it away.
Okay. Hello. Hi. Welcome. So I'm very happy here to present a session about how to become a mentor. I added a good mentor here in Wikipedia, in Wikipedia projects, etc. So I don't know. Thank you. So my name is Habib Henni. I'm a product ambassador and for the growth and editing teams in the Wikimedia Foundation, and I work with the Arabic community. And in this presentation, I will talk about how improving newcomers' first steps in the Wikimedia project. The newcomer homepage, it's already a project we are working on. The mentorship and volunteering as a mentor, the mentor dashboard when you can manage your mentees, and good practices. Before I start, I want to ask if any one of you have organized a workshop on Wikipedia. Did anyone from you, from the audience, organize a workshop? Yeah, one, yeah. So the problem here when you organize workshop for editors for the first time, they are lost. It's too hard to follow their steps and follow their edits. And I will show you here how to do it. Yeah, we started by the growth team by doing a welcome survey for newcomers. So you can scan the code or just go for your search bar in Wikipedia in any project, linguistic project, welcome survey, special welcome survey, and you can find our survey. In this survey, you ask it. No, I think we sorry. Can you go to the third slide, please? Third one. No. No, back. No, no. Yes, thank you. So why editing Wikipedia for the first time is difficult? We can say that there is a lot of rules on Wikipedia projects, regulations, outdated help page. That's the problem of many Wikipedias. Also many documented habits and norms. Finding someone is too hard to ask in the online. So that's why I will talk in this session about how to fix this. And it's even more difficult for newcomers, of course. Especially when contacting people, it's difficult to go to the talk page, post question, and receive notification about a reply. Next slide, please. Thank you. So so this for the first thing we did in the growth team is doing or asking newcomers who are already registered for the first time, when they click on register and indicate their username and password, they have this survey. So what's the survey, or what's the aim of the survey? Next slide, please. So for the newcomer, we can adopt our wikis on their needs, what they want, why they are on Wikipedia, and how to adapt our resources to their needs. And for communities, we can share aggregated data with you. So for community, we can share what newcomers want with the communities. Next slide, please. So the result of this survey, you can find all the data here. And next slide. What is important here? Next slide. Just the results. Yeah, thank you. So here we have about 5% of people who are created an account is for participating in a program, a class or event, class in education or in schools. So they are there, so they are created their account on Wikipedia to an assignment or a workshop. Next slide, please. So for the newcomers, the growth team created a newcomer homepage. It's a totally different way to see the user pages in Wikipedias. Next slide. So what's the aim of this newcomer homepage? And we'll show you how to activate it. You have for newcomers a center place. So it's not the user page, the classical user page, but it's a center place that gathers all information you need to start. And we will show you how it works. And for communities, there are modules on this newcomer homepage, and newcomers can use these modules to start their first edits. And also, I will talk about it. This modules and this task can be moderated by the communities. So with the community configurations, you can, with the community, have a consensus of what task to let newcomers do or not. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the newcomer homepage. If it's not activated in your account, you can find it at special homepage. And you can activate it from your preferences. So you go to preferences, and this is on the bottom of the page, the activation of the newcomer homepage. It's very helpful. And you see, I will ask what is in this newcomer homepage. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is an example for the newcomer homepage from test beta wiki, but it's also in, I think, all the Wikipedias. Sorry. So you have the banner, but the growth team has changed the banner to the next slide, to another thing. It's the community updates. In this community updates, we asking communities to put their events, their updates on this module. So, for example, here you can see that we are promoting the community update about, I think, women in red. But it's an example. The community has ability to change it to any event they want. Next slide. Here are the suggested edits. So when a newcomer is on this page, they can find some edits to do. The first edits, and they are classified on how they are difficult, easy, or medium. Next slide, please. Another module is the impact module. So we are following the newcomers and their steps, and we can see how they did, how many edits they did, and the impact of their edits on the read of how many people are reading their articles, the articles they edited. Next slide. Also, we integrated a help module. So what is the help module? So newcomers, when they are on this page, they can access to very helpful pages for policies from rules of Wikipedia. And finally, next slide. Yes, the mentorship. So here, I will talk about what is the mentorship module and how it works. Next slide, please. So what is the mentorship? So, for example, you are running a workshop and you want to follow your students or your mentees. So it's pairing new experienced editors who are very familiar with Wikipedia and with other newcomers. So pairing experienced editors and newcomers makes newcomers being more successful. Yes, they have someone to talk and they have someone to ask. It's very, very, very helpful for them. Next slide. And what is this help? It's you have in this module a direct access to a human to ask a question. So the newcomer or the mentees or the student can ask their mentors directly by clicking on a link, and they have this dialog box. Next slide. And in this, you can ask your question. I speak about newcomers. They ask their mentors any question they want, and then the mentor will receive this question on their talk page. So it's very, 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 very easy, very simple to use. So the mentorship, what it is offering for newcomers, there is a direct access to a human to ask a question to. Some newcomers are hesitant. Their first edit is a challenge. So when they see and talk to your mentor, they can be not hesitating and ask their mentors. And for the communities, the more guided newcomers, it's very benefit, and make more qualitative edits. So how it works? First step, you must gather mentors. If your project doesn't have the mentorship module, you can gather mentors. So you can communicate with your experienced user and decide to activate this. Donc, second step, turn it on. You go with the community concept. So here you need an admin rules in Wikipedia, local Wikipedia, local project to run this. So go to community configuration and activate this by clicking on this box for enabling the mentorship module. There is the rules of being mentor are decided by the community. So on the next slide, you have to specify how long a user must have in Wikipedia before being or posting for a mentor, and also how many edits they did. And after defining this and fixing this, you can enroll yourself as a mentor. You can go to a special mentor dashboard, and the first time you go there, you can present yourself, enroll as a mentor, and type or write a letter and description of yourself, how you can help new mentors, new mentees. Sorry. Next step, you can adjust your setting. Let's say you are not very active, you can pause your notification or pause question you receive from mentees, or you have enough time so you have the double of the volume of questions. Yeah, here this is very important. So I said you can make workshops with classes with students, and you want specific users from this Wikipedia project to be your mentees. So you can specify them by adding their usernames in this box, and they will be your mentees. So you can claim your mentees, or you can claim your students, or you can claim your workshop attendees by just typing their username. So what is, here a mentor said, I have to rethink how to explain things that seem obvious for us experienced user, and force myself to discover more about our wiki. So that's a benefit for mentor. Okay, thank you. How to go for the mentor list? So administrators can have access to the mentor list, mentors list, sorry, and they remove, add, or manage this this list of mentors. And it also needs admin rights. When you are a mentor, you have a dashboard. It's a very helpful tool. You can access to the dashboard by this link. You can write it. So you have data and resources to help you as a mentor to be more proactive and successful in your role as a mentor. And there are tools that will help you to guide and welcome newcomers. So here, if you are a mentor, you can access the dashboard. Next slide. This is an example of a dashboard. So you have your mentees, how much they are in Wikipedia, how many edits, if they are blocked or they asked questions. And yeah, good practice for being a mentor. So you can go. How do I introduce myself a mentor? The answer is to explain to newcomer how you can help them. So you say, I am here for helping you. You can ask me any question, etc. Having pause of activity, you are on vacation or you want some. You can change your availability, so you can change it to away. Also, how can I display the mentor of given user? If you want to know who is the mentor of whom, you can use this magic word mentor, and you replace who by the mentor of the newcomer. Next. And it will be very helpful if you want to welcome the mentor. Also, I will host a workshop. How can I assign the students and to me and co-host this workshop? We saw that you can claim mentees. And here the link for how to claim the mentees from using the special page, create account force. Here, if you want, so let's say you are a teacher and you have two students, or one student, so let's say an example, you can especially create this or type this code in your Wikipedia page, and you replace foo bar by the name of your mentee, and it will create automatically account for your mentee, and you are the mentor of this one automatically. Or you can go to the claim mentees page and claim it manually. Next. So what kind of question do newcomers ask? There are a lot of questions, but basic editing, how to add an article, how to add an image, how to add a reference are the most question asked by newcomers. If a newcomer doesn't reply to your answer, make sure to ping them by mentioning their username in the reply. Also, maybe newcomers don't come daily on the wikis, so give them time. Can I change the number of newcomers assigned to me? Yes, you can. So you have a possibility to don't receive any new mentees and just stick with your list of your mentors, of your mentees. That's possible. So we have a lot of other good practices. You can scan this code and you will have the frequently asked question about the mentorship and how to activate it and the good practices on it. Yeah, I think it's okay. Thank you. And if you have any question, I'm very happy to reply to them.
Are there any questions? Round of applause. Okay. Any questions? We'll just do one and then close up.
Alors, je vais poser ma question en
D'accord,
français.
d'accord, sans problème.
Bonjour à tout le monde, bonjour Habib, merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Ma question est de savoir, est-ce que il y aura plusieurs mentors pour les nouveaux? À la fois, c'est-à-dire, si les nouveaux posent une question, est-ce que tout mentor qui est disponible peut répondre ou spécifiquement il est coaché par une seule personne?
Oui, merci. Alors, je réponds en français. Donc, chaque mentor a ses tutoriels bien spécifiques. Les novices peuvent poser leurs questions qu'à leur mentor, c'est-à-dire une seule personne. Donc, cette personne reçoit des questions des autres, des novices. Donc, c'est elle seule qui peut répondre à ça. Mais ça sera sur sa page de discussion. Donc, c'est sa page de discussion. N'importe qui peut voir la question. Ce n'est pas un système caché ou bien direct entre les novices et leur mentor. Donc, c'est seulement sur leur page de discussion. Donc, et si quelqu'un voit la question, peut répondre à cette question s'il a le temps, et si le mentor n'est pas disponible. Donc, à chaque novice, à chaque groupe de novices, à chaque des novices bien précisés, il y a un seul mentor. Donc, il n'y a pas plusieurs mentors pour plusieurs mentees. J'espère que j'ai répondu à votre question. D'accord, merci. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are all good for now. So thank you so much. Massive round of applause again.
Thank you.
And now we're moving on to our next session with Dumasani and Bobby talking about volunteers.
Yeah.
Is this gonna work? I think I might have to go and log into that.
Okay.
Let me go and log into that.
Sure. So by show of hands, how many of you here are newbies? If you are new onto Wikipedia, or you just recently started editing Wikipedia. All right. Oh, how many years? Maybe you are 1 or 2 years editing. Oh, all right. That's good. That's good. So our presentation will be mainly focused on yourselves, newbies. Although even if you are an experienced volunteer, you will also benefit greatly from what we're going to be talking about. because we're going to be sharing about our experiences as well, and what other things that we've learned from over the past years being Wikipedians. We're just fixing the Mentimeter, which is yeah, so the Mentimeter will be key to running our session because we want people to be as honest as possible in their response.
Apologies for the technical problems.
Two.
So, bienvenue cette table ronde. J'attends avec impatience nos discussions. Je prends un peu français, mais we'll get a translator. That's as best as I can go. All right. So thank you so much for attending this this session. We have about 60 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll try and get you to lunch before you get too tired, but this is going to be a round table. We are going to speak, but we won't speak as much as you think we will, because we want you to speak to us about why you are volunteering. And so my name is Dumisani Ndubane. I'm an advisory board member to Wikimedia South Africa. I'm a chairperson of the Whose Knowledge affiliate. So happy to be here with you. And I've been volunteering since 2008. So it's been a long time.
Let me use this one. So my name is Bobby Shabangu from here in Johannesburg. I'm a Wikipedian. I started editing in 2013, actually. And I'm the president of Wikimedia South Africa.
Excellent. So I noted please go back before we get here. I noted that this session is programmed with a very competitive program that we're competing with for attention here. So I want to thank all the women that are in this space, because we know you could have gone elsewhere. So we want to thank you so much for choosing to be with us today. All right, next slide, please. So before the next slide, we really wanted to talk to you, but we also want to gather this data. So please use the QR code to go to the Mentimeter, because we want to see what you want us to talk about. The Mentimeter is there. If it asks you for a passcode, it's right up there at the top of the screen. So let's get that set up because we really want to hear from all of you about your experiences as volunteers. We promise we'll talk about our experiences as volunteers as well, but we really want to hear from you. We want to hear who we're talking to today and what interests you. So once you're able to get in there, let me know that you're with a thumbs up that you're there, so we can go to start discussions. Oh, okay. So that's even better. All right. So ready? You're all on Mentimeter? All right. Next slide. So, how long have you been a volunteer? More than 5 years? Plus de, how do you say it? Plus de 4 ans? 5 ans? 2 to 5 years? Say that one.
De 5.
Less than 1 year? Mais de 1 an? All right. We definitely have more than 16 people in this room, so let's keep answering those questions. We really want to know who's here. Let's keep answering. Let's keep answering. How long have you been a volunteer? All right. It looks like we're sort of in the middle, Bobby.
Yeah.
We've got people between 2 and 5 years since they've been volunteering. So we're not talking to newbies,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. But again, I want to ask a question, Dumi. How many people are not able to access the Mentimeter here?
Yes.
By show of hands.
Ooh. How do we solve that problem? Oh, what is it telling? What is it saying when you try to access?
Please go ahead, Sandista, or
oh, the code and all that. Okay, so can we go back just one slide? The data is saved. It's fine. Can we just go back just one slide? Yeah. Use the code. Let's get you in there. If it asks you for a password, it's right up there.
and you're free also to come forward to do to scan if you're unable to scan sitting at the back.
Okay, we've got one more person who was able to join. Let's see. Yes, Isaac, I was looking at you. Are you in there? For good reasons. All right. Does anyone still need to get access? Are we all sorted?
I think we have got 20 people, which is
okay.
Let us in and let's
No, we're not letting you in.
Then tell your networks, the few professionals.
Yes. Once you scan, you'll still see the code on your screen. That's fine. And then when we move to the next, you then will be able to answer again. All right. And we're definitely not letting Sislos in. We're sticking. All right. So there you can still continue to put in your responses there. Yeah, there we go. There we go. At least we have one person who's got less than a year. We almost didn't talk to you about your issues.
Yeah.
All right. I think we are about there. We've got 22 people who've been able to answer it. So it looks like we are in the middle.
Yeah.
Sort of in the middle. All right. So Let's go to the next slide, please. This is the question we really want to hear from you about. Why do you volunteer? We've given you 5 choices. We know these are not exhaustive, but these are the choices we would like you to sort of rank and answer. You can choose up to 3 of these reasons. So let's go ahead and answer that. Oh, that's interesting.
It is.
Okay. Keep going.
Now, or is this at the beginning?
In the continuum. In the beginning and now.
We're working with. So the first,
very weird concept.
That's very interesting.
All right, we're missing 3 more people. 3 more people.
And for that, we talk about these, prizes.
Yeah, that's why I'm giving you 3 options to answer there. If your reasons are not included in those 3 options, come talk to me after this.
Right. We could have said, oh, let's give you gift cards and all that. But we want you to help us, improve this campaign.
All right, that's interesting. That's really interesting. What was your pick, Bobby?
What would you do?
Which ones would you have picked?
You keep watching.
I would have picked. I like the mission of Wikimedia.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I would have picked that one.
So this could trigger something in the winners.
Actually, mine was number 5. Funny enough, I was invited. I started to edit, stopped, but there was a specific invitation that say, "Hey, we saw you editing. There's this community, come join it." But I think that we sort of agree that the mission has got a lot to do with the reason why we choose to volunteer. So let's have a discussion, Bobby, firstly, between me and you, in terms of our journey for volunteering. What were the things that kept you volunteering? I mean, 2013 until now, that's more than 10 years.
Yeah. I think for me, Dumisani, it's first of all the community, the people that I'm working with. It's something that has kept me volunteering over the years. The support that I get from those people has been very, very much important. The other thing is the movement itself. The openness of the movement, the fact that I can go there and then edit, keep on editing. Yeah, that's basically what kept me going. Yeah.
May I borrow a minute? Thank you. Thank you, everyone in the room. We have a signal interruption. Some of us are on YouTube, so we can hear like what you're watching. Kindly, if you could either use a headphone or mute. Thank you.
All right. I just muted in my head. Let me unmute.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
Can I add one more?
Yeah.
The last one that kept me going to me is and I think this is also connected to the community, is the conferences, colleagues. The fact that I get to travel all around the world. I've never traveled. My traveling around the world is actually connected to Wikipedia. Most of my travel, like I can say 80% of my travel. And I love that. What about yourself?
Yeah. Benefits, eh? Yeah. Hey, look at us. Yeah, I think that the community for me has been the big reason for continuing to volunteer, even when sometimes it became a little bit difficult. Sometimes work will come in the way. I had a particular employer who hated the fact that I would volunteer, and sometimes I would be away from out of the country because of this volunteering thing. So at some point it even threatened my ability to provide for my family. But the camaraderie that you get from community members, the new ideas that you come up with when you meet people and talk to them, find out what they are working on, what's excited about what they're working on, is really quite an important motivator. Because otherwise, what are we doing here, right? If we're not having fun, if we're not sharing ideas, if we're not building upon each other's experiences, then this volunteer thing becomes quite difficult. So let's take this time, because we said what keeps us volunteering. Let's find out from the audiences what keeps you volunteering. And I'm gonna exercise my authority to pick, and pick someone who doesn't want to talk usually. So if I'm looking at you and you're not looking at me, then you know I'm picking you. Sandy Star. Sandy Star, talk to us. I met Sandy Star in 2013.
Yes.
In Hong Kong.
Yes. And it was very cold inside, and he gave me his jacket.
Oh.
That's my first memory of Dumi. He gave me his jacket.
What has kept you editing? Because you're one of those people actually in the continent who has consistently edited year in, year out. It doesn't matter whether you were working for your own organization, before you even joined the affiliate, even when you joined the foundation, you're still editing.
Yes.
Why?
I think it's when I started, let's say when I got to uni, and I was learning so much. I studied geography in uni. I think in my class, one of the things that was happening is anytime the professor is talking, I'm listening, I ask myself, who else needs to know what I'm learning? So I think right from day one, it's been just a personal thing that I want to share knowledge, I want to share information. So when I encountered Wikipedia in 2012, it was like a match made in heaven. Like the spark was instant because it resonated deeply with something personally I have always wanted to do. So year in, year out, that's what keeps me here. But one thing also that I feel like is a strong factor is the fact that I co-founded an affiliate, so I am stuck with it. Yeah.
For better or for worse?
Yes, for better or for worse. There are times when I am overwhelmed and I would rather want to just get away from it all, but I feel like, oh my God, I have this thing here, and you need to be an example. If you don't edit and you want to tell people to edit, that's us. And even now into the future, we all know that we have the threat of AI and all these other things. It makes the mission and the motivation and everything even much more stronger, knowing that our beloved Wikipedia, or for me, my beloved Wikipedia, now more than ever needs us to help it stay around in perpetuity and serve the people that initially we wanted it to serve. So that's what keeps me going. I'm stuck with the affiliate work, but then also the mission is now stronger and much more convincing than ever.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, because it's really an important view that you must have that. There must be that intrinsic thing inside you, right? That's about this movement. Most of you have said you're here because you like the mission, and cultivate that love. Continue cultivating it. Things are going to change. Things will be rough on Wikipedia, on the projects and so on. You're going to get articles deleted. You're going to get into edit wars. If that mission doesn't matter anymore, it's going to be very difficult for you to go on. And then the commitment that you're going to make once you've joined, make those continue to fuel the reason why you want to stay here, because they matter. Yes, Ayla, why have you continued editing and continued organizing? Because editing is not the only way we volunteer in this movement.
So I've done a lot of surveying, both within the Wikimedia movement and also wider within open education and within Creative Commons, to try and find the motivations for why people are. So I will answer your question, but it's really interesting. Like, we're an open movement. It's very it's very demanding on our time, and the financial and other rewards are sometimes nebulous. It's often not very obvious. And so why do people? And I think the majority, from like the hundreds of people that I've actually interviewed over the time, it literally seems to be, I come for the mission, I stay for the people. And it is literally like you find, and I know this is a controversial word, but you find your tribe, you find your people who are with you and believe in what you're doing, and you're going down that path together. I was invited to join. It became part of my work at the time and then I left that job and took it with me and created an entirely different world. So, but I do see with Sandista as well, there is the pressure to keep it going. So, it's one of those things.
Yeah, we all about peer pressure in this movement. So once you've joined, we will peer pressure you to continue staying here. I want to talk, yes. I want to hear from you as well. And I want to hear, how old have you been volunteering? Because this is going to be exciting.
Oui, bonjour tout le monde. Moi, je suis Clémentine de Rwanda. Bon, je vais parler en français. Alors, moi, j'ai commencé à contribuer dans le mouvement Wikimedia en 2019. Ce qui m'a motivée de plus, c'est qu'à l'époque, j'étais libre et je n'avais pas autre chose à faire.
Comme il y a une traduction, après tu t'arrêtes, tu traduis.
Ok. Je peux continuer?
Tu peux recommencer, c'est mieux.
Ok, je disais que je suis Clémentine Nyirabihirwe, je suis rwandaise. Et puis, j'ai commencé à contribuer dans le mouvement Wikimedia.
Clémentine, I'm Rwandaise. Yeah.
En 2019.
I started contributing in 2019.
À l'époque, j'étais libre, je n'avais pas autre chose à faire.
I was free, so I have anything to do.
Alors, bon, je suis le mouvement au moment où j'avais le temps. Alors, je me suis dit à quoi bon de ne pas utiliser tous mes efforts, tout mon temps que j'avais pour contribuer dans les différents projets de Wikimedia.
So, because I'm freely, I said that why I did not take my time, my energy to improve myself on Wikimedia projects.
Alors, je n'avais pas l'Internet, je n'avais pas l'ordinateur, mais grâce à la volonté que j'avais de contribuer, je me suis arrangée et puis j'ai eu la chance de gagner le prix de SDGs. J'ai participé dans la compétition et puis j'ai eu la chance de gagner.
I didn't have a computer and internet, but I organized myself to participate on a campaign, SDG campaign, to win a prize, which allowed me to get the necessary tools to contribute on Wikimedia project.
Cela m'a motivé encore plus parce que j'ai commencé à gagner tu vois. Et puis je me suis acheté l'ordinateur à bas prix qui m'a facilité à continuer à contribuer de petit à petit. Et puis autre chose qui m'a motivé aussi, c'est l'environnement. J'ai trouvé les amis qui m'ont beaucoup aidé. Et puis après avoir su beaucoup de choses, j'ai commencé aussi à aider les autres membres de mon communauté.
So the computer was not the best of the best price, but I don't hesitate to engage myself more on contribution, and I need to talk about the environment because the environment is some thing who can help more to improve ourselves on contribution.
En fait, il y a beaucoup de choses qui m'ont motivé.
So there's lots of things which motivated me to contribute.
Je vous jure que je peux passer plus de 13 heures, beaucoup de temps pendant le jour en train de travailler, en train de savoir ce qui se passe dans le mouvement. Sans gagner quelque chose, en le gagnant, je travaille, bon.
So I have a lot of things to work because I have it. I have time to. Je pense c'est ça. Hein? So I have time to put in knowledge, to give knowledge to the world.
Yeah, that's all. En fait, les deux choses.
The two things.
L'environnement, dont nous travaillons dans le mouvement Wikimedia. Bon, ça me motive trop. L'autre chose, le fait que les membres de ma communauté ont besoin de moi, ont besoin de mon aide.
Okay, the two things who motivated me is work environment and the fact that in my community I have friends who need myself to work more.
That is what I keep contributing on the different projects for Wikimedia. Thank you very much.
Merci. Domi, if you allow me, she mentioned something that I think is very important.
Yes.
She said that in a day, she can pass more than 3 hours contributing. Only,
a day?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow. Jyoti, bravo. Bravo. Yeah, so there's a pattern coming out here, Bobby.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a pattern coming out here. People come here for the mission, as Isla said. They stay for the people, and they're doing a lot. So my next question, Bobby, is what's the cost of this volunteering?
Yeah, for me, it has been time to me. Yeah, taking my time that I was supposed to be doing on important things than being with my family, than working, basically working, than studying as well. So the time has been something that really has chowed. It has been a biggest cost on my end.
Yeah, yeah. And money as well, because sometimes you start as a volunteer and, you know, what's that English saying, Isla? Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, right? we start with so much enthusiasm. Exactly. We start with a lot of enthusiasm. And if you don't find a way to, you know, to manage that, you end up, as Bobby say, spending a lot of time, which is a great thing because we want your time. That's the one currency that we really want as a volunteer, to come in and do that. But please don't neglect your family, Bobby. Talk to them, spend some time with them. But be aware that there is a cost to volunteering.
Yes.
And in Africa, that cost is probably higher than in other places. I remember a time when I organized the first editathon that I did. It was almost 30 kilometers away from where I stay. And I hadn't factored that I'm going to have to get there. With my car, with my petrol, I'm going to spend my own airtime to find out where Bobby is, where other volunteers are, and all of that was just eating on the pocket. And it will happen to you. So think about what that cost is and understand how you're going to mitigate for that cost. We have got a question. Elaine, Ilian? Behind you, we've got a question.
So I'm quite old in the tooth these days, and I have been involved in open source projects and Creative Commons for a really long time.
Yeah.
And I do support the mission of Wikipedia and what Creative Commons is doing. But I also am trying to work out, when is the cost also a sense of being exploited?
Exactly.
And what are the flags that you would like us to see as to being exploited? Because I think lots of people here believe very strongly in something, and I think it's really important to believe, but I also think it's important to protect yourself and your family.
Absolutely.
And what are some of the flags around to prevent yourself being exploited?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question, and it leads us to the next part, which is strategies to mitigate those costs. For me, I see two things, and I'll give it to you, Bob, because
Sure.
you've got some excellent strategies I've seen over the years. For me, it's two things: is to identify what kind of volunteerism am I doing at that point. Am I editing at my home? And so the cost there is time, right? So how much time am I willing to put into this? Will I have enough time when my kids come from school to do the homework with them? Will I have time to spend with my wife? Will I have time to spend with my family? And the minute that time that I'm spending encroaches on that family time, then I know it's time to stop. Right, so that you need to manage that, because Wikipedia is famous for its all the what's that word that they use, rabbit holes. All the rabbit holes you end up going into. Before you know it, you've touched on 17 topics, you've edited on 17 articles, and it's six hours down the line. Right, so manage that. It's really quite important. It's a huge cost that we have. The second distinction I make is this volunteering to a community-led thing? So is it not just me who is doing this volunteering? Are there other people? Do I have to leave my house? And so for that, this is where strategies that Bobby has really perfected over the years come in, is to plan ahead, right? Once you end up having to use your airtime to plan an event, there's something went wrong there. Something terribly went wrong, right? So plan ahead, work with your community members so that events become something that is happy even for you as an organizer. You've really thought about what the costs are going to be. You've put those into the grant application that you've worked to create ahead of time. You've thought about what could go wrong, and that will make sure that you don't end up spending your money to volunteer, because Africa is a very expensive region in terms of transport, in terms of all the other logistics that you want to do. So think ahead about those things before you start going headfirst into those contributions.
I want to add to me just a bit.
Yeah.
Friends, one thing that I've discovered over the years is that Wikipedians by default are activists. You know, you become an activist, like by default, and many activists are passionate about a particular area, you know, of specialization, you know. So you need to also keep in mind when now the time that you're spending increasing that area or advocating for that area is encroaching in your personal life. It's very, very, very much important, because that can also affect your mental health. So it's very, very, very much important. So for me, on top of what Dumi has said, also to align yourself with a community is very, very much important, extremely important to align yourself with a particular a community. That will help you a lot as well.
Yeah, and that moves us nicely into the next part, which is volunteerism usually confers the idea that you're not the only person doing that volunteering, right? So you will naturally seek out partners to work with to help you in that volunteering. How do you do that? What's the best way of doing that? How do you find people who are like-minded? What do you look for when you're inviting people to come into the movement? What are some of those red flags when people come in that you should be aware of when you're starting to build a community? And let's just move into that, right? The elephant in the room usually is one of the things I joined the foundation, the movement, is the interest in joining an affiliate. And sometimes it becomes, one of the things I want to do is to create an affiliate so that we can have a structure in our country or in our region to do the work that we want to do. What are some of the ways you've used to create such a community over the years?
So number one, it's edit workshops are very much important. We're living in a digital world now. It's very important to actively seek information, because if you're sitting, information will not come out to you. So you need to find out where meetups are, edit workshops are, and then you also need to apply to conferences like this. The fact that you don't have a lot of edits does not necessarily mean that you're not going to be accepted for a scholarship. In fact, in this conference, we have more newbies than experienced editors. I think the number is more like 50%. 50% newbies, 50% experienced Wikipedians. And that is by design, so that you are able to meet other people, experienced Wikipedian, and you are able to network with them. And you are able to be part of a bigger community than, be confined in your own corner.
Yeah, thank you for that, Bobby. And we will continue this angle of how to build structures at a different topic after lunch. So, shameless plug, Isla is running a panel on how do you build governance structures in the movement, because that's the next thing you need to think about. If you decide you do want to create a community, you want to make sure that community is thriving. But let's get back to volunteerism. So it's not all doom and gloom in terms of volunteering for this movement in particular. What are some of the joys in your volunteering days? What is the thing that you've gone to and you thought, wow, look at this. This was really amazing.
For me, it's a lot to mention. Many times I've created an article, and then that article was picked up by the mainstream media, and I could see, on TV, I could see the presenters reading my, I'm coming from, I studied what they call Bantu education, and my writing is different from someone that has studied in a, we call them Model C schools. So when they read the article, I could hear that this is my English. This is me who wrote there, word for word. I could tell that this is my article. So it had happened a lot of times where I write an article, and then all of a sudden, the next day, it's picked up by mainstream media, and they are reading it, especially when a famous person dies or some major event happens. Recently, there was a fire that happened here in Johannesburg where about 77 people died. I happened to stay here, and then I just went to the place. I took the pictures. Some of the pictures that I took, I saw them on CNN, BBC, the bigger, publishing houses. So it continues to be just a joy for me.
Yeah, and I will tell you that Bobby unlocked a stage on Wikipedia I think it was a year and a half ago, when someone who was a celebrity passed away. Bobby was the first one at 3 a.m. to change the E's to W's. So you need to unlock those levels, people, right? Keep an eye on what's happening there. So we talked about some. Yeah, so he's unlocked. I've never been able to do that, so he's unlocked it. For me, one of the things that really make me happy volunteering is this conference. This conference really makes me very happy to see how far it's gone from the days that it was put into inception. And this was the idea. In those times when we were writing that grant application, as Isla described it in one of the comments, I think it was today, right? In the video, if you were watching the video today in the morning, Isla was describing the pushback we got from conceiving and organizing the first conference. And then at that time, I was thinking, okay, we're only able to bring about five countries maximum in that conference. And today we have more than 26 countries represented in this conference. That makes me super happy. On that note, I want to know what makes you happy. What are the experiences that you look back to and think, wow, that was amazing? I'll keep my mic.
Okay. First of all,
introduce yourself so we know who we're talking to. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Carol.
I'm from Uganda. I'm a librarian from Uganda.
Pleased to meet you, Carol. I have received so many emails from you and I've never met you. So very good to meet you. Carol drives a very tight ship, I'll tell you.
Same here to me. The joys, first of all, for me, I think being called a Wikimedian is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because most people don't understand it. So when you say,
It's got that street swag, right?
Yes, when you say I'm a Wikimedian, they're like, what's that? What's that?
Yeah.
The second thing is the prizes, obviously. We are always motivated. They give you a T-shirt.
Yes.
Then they give you some small allowance, transport data, and etc.
Yes.
Then the third thing is because Wikimedia is connected to the kind of work that I do. So we use it to raise awareness about libraries and the work they do. That's for me, when people say that I saw this this library, you created an article about this library on Wikipedia. Now I know where the location of the library, where the library is. When you add pictures about the content that's in your library, for me, that's a joy for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? The wiki never forgets. Your name will always be on the pages you create. That's cooler than being just an influencer who's popular for just 1 week on TikTok, okay? Absolutely cooler than that.
Yes, and I would like to thank my mentee, Alice, my mentor.
Hey, Alice, stand up, Alice. Let them see you. Right? Thank you so much for sharing with us. So we have time. I really want to know what makes people happy. What makes you look back at the time that you've volunteered and think, oh, that was really cool. That felt really good. Yeah, let's give Alice, just because we want to keep this mentee-mentor story going.
I'm not a mentor in the primary sense of the word, but one of the things that gives me immense pride, immense joy, immense satisfaction is seeing the number of people that I've had to train formally now representing in their communities, driving the change in their communities, but also being present in such conferences and contributing. So it doesn't keep me awake at night, but it definitely makes my heart beat faster.
Is there a better feeling than that, right? There are people who will go... Yeah, definitely. Money is definitely better. I'll agree with you. But there are people who will go through their whole entire life and never have felt that. Never have felt that they've made some change in some people's life. So we had two hands there. Let's go to Ingrid first.
I just want to echo what Alice is saying. I mean, there is immense satisfaction and joy when other people have... Yeah, I guess it is like kind of like being an influencer. Hey, where people have in my case, our case, Wikibrarians, because I think that's a better name than Wikimedians, but Wikibrarians is a nicer label, I think. But
trademark it, take it to the bank.
It's already been trademarked. I mean, I guess Merrily Prophet came to the Stockholm Wikimedia wearing a T-shirt saying Wikibrarian. So I borrowed the idea.
You lost out from that.
Yeah, no, I borrowed the idea. But I want to say that's given immense joy. And then meeting people, meeting people that you've been corresponding with via email, finally in person. It was Alice and Carol last year at Singapore. The travel. I want to say, I mean,
let's be honest. That's quite cool, right?
Yeah, that is very cool. So it just brings great joy.
Yeah, we've got a board member here. We hopefully he will advocate for a little bit more increase on the travel budget for us. Not to put you in the spot, Mike, but yeah. So that is really, there's really an important thing in being able to connect. And this is what this movement gets right. And that's why I'm so happy to be here. You'll make me cry. All right, let's give the gentleman a mic.
Ok. Je m'appelle Valentin de la RDC. Alors, moi, ce qui me, ce qui me permet en tout cas de démarrer, de continuer à exister dans la communauté Wikimedia. Je me souviens au début quand j'ai commencé.
Just slow down a little bit. We want to be able to translate what you're saying. This is a happy moment.
C'est bon?
Juste répète un petit peu ce que tu as dit parce que oui.
Donc, bon, j'étais juste de donner, si je peux dire, une de mes raisons. Oh, ok. Je suis Valentin de la RDC.
Oui, he's Valentin from RDC.
DRC.
Congo.
Yeah, DR Congo. Ok. Pour moi, ce qui me continue à me motiver plus, c'est que je me souviens quand j'ai commencé, quand j'ai rejoint la communauté Wikimedia, c'était en 2017, quand j'étais encore étudiant.
What brings me to Wikimedia when I started editing and motivated me back 2017 when I was student?
Alors, j'étais sur mon année terminale. Quand je finis, directement, j'étais appelé avec les amis à créer les user groups de Wikimedia de la RDC.
I was in the final term year, and I was invited to create a user group with my colleagues.
Alors, déjà au début, au-delà des simples contributions sur Wikipédia, on s'est retrouvé à manager aussi le groupe. Donc, c'était quelque chose de nouveau pour moi. Je venais à peine de l'université, je n'avais même pas encore d'expérience en termes de management pour gérer une association. Et c'est au sein de la communauté Wikimedia que j'ai appris tout ça. Donc, c'est quelque chose qui me motive toujours jusqu'à aujourd'hui parce que j'ai appris beaucoup de choses en termes de gestion d'une association.
What motivated me that I was new in the university and I have to deal with contributing in Wikipedia project and also managing the group and learning from others how to manage and lead the group, I think.
Yeah, merci.
Merci.
Here, and now I'm seeing a second hand. Let's go with that hand first.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Brian Baluku from Wikimedia Community User Group Uganda. And
Uganda is quite well represented here. Alice, I'm seeing.
I've been editing Wikipedia and other Wikimedia projects since 2021 when I was still at university. So what keeps me going or editing Wikipedia and other projects? It is basically bridging the information gap. I'm a fan of history and culture, yet I did engineering at campus. So you find that some of the traditions within our cultures are being lost.
Yeah.
You find that by the time Brian grows, he does not remember some of the traditions.
Mm-hmm.
So when I asked my uncles that, why do we do this? How is it done? Why are we supposed to follow it in a certain culture? Mm-hmm. They didn't know.
Mm.
So I had to run to the internet and I had to start editing Wikipedia.
Mm.
And to share that information with other people, you find that it is easier to write all that information within one Wikipedia article, other than sharing over 40 references to someone.
Yeah.
Someone is going to say, I can't read all this. But if it is one page, information is cited,
yeah,
you find that it is going to become easier. So when you stand there and say that, yes, I wrote this article, though I'm not using my real name, I'll say that maybe for the future generations to come, maybe my siblings, relatives, if they want to know more about their culture, I'll just share them a link that go and read about this, so that the culture, the traditions, the norms, all of them are kept on the internet. Then secondly, what keeps me going, or the joys, is whenever you're editing an article, you find that you're learning lots of things. All the photo references, the 120, they're not going to write about the same thing. You're going to find that there are different variations, or someone adds to the statement that was previously written. So in that process, I keep learning more, I keep exploring more. You might be writing about food, then you find maybe there is a certain tradition, maybe like mass circumcision or the clan rinsing ritual that used to happen. So you note that one down, and then you add it there. Then another point that keeps me going is I also...
And I'll give you that as your last point.
Yes, thank you. So also I organize events, I mentor people, and also I train people to edit Wikipedia. And you find that every time the mentee is always going to come to you, how do I do this? So you find that most of the times you have to be ahead of the mentee. You need to explore the tools. You need to find the solutions, how it is going to simplify their life. Because you find that there are very many policies on Wikipedia that you need to follow. But if you just tell someone that neutral point of view, secondary sources, someone does not have to entirely read that, though they can be referring to it. So it becomes a bit easier.
For you and for them as well, right?
Yes, those are some of the points. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I'm going to have to take two last hands. Because I thought I had 20 more minutes, but I think Herschel just took away some minutes for me. So we will deal with Herschel later. But yes, we're just going to take two more hands.
Okay.
We're going to take your hand, and then we're going to take your hand. I noticed your hand, but I promise we will give you a chance when we are working with Isla there. We'll put it in there.
Sure.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Sile from Zimbabwe. Okay. Yes, probably people have said a lot of things that I can concur, but my story started 2018 when I finished my degree in library and information science. And I was like regretting what I had done. Yes, I graduated, but I was bored at work. Like literally bored, like doing nothing. Then what? Then I was invited, like others, to join a course. And I was like, what is this? But let me try and do something for fun. So I think that's where my journey started. So I can say why I continue doing this and doing it more is people should not be bored at work. People should do something, especially librarians. They love to sit at the behind the desk and do nothing and wait for clients.
And tell people to be quiet.
Yes, unfortunately, some of these clients don't come to you. You just have to go to them. So I think that's what keeps me going. I do a lot of things because I will have to go to my clients than the other way around.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And there's a theme that's continuing there, right? People get invited. It really becomes interesting. What made you happy? Talk to us.
I speak in Arabic.
Even better. Even better.
And
then Habib will pay you after this. We'll pay you for the translations.
ما في مشكل.
I can't speak French, but Arabic. Yes. أنا عادل نحاوة من الجزائر. التجربة تاعي أنا بدأت تحرير أول مرة في 2009 في ويكيبيديا الفرنسية. كان أول شيء لاحظته هو وجود قائمة للطرق الوطنية، لأنني مهندس مدني. وجدت قائمة فبدأت أتابعها، ومن ثم وجدت أخطاء فبدأت أصحح. كانت هذه أول بدايتي.
So my name is Adel. His name is Adel Nahawa from Algeria. I started editing in French Wikipedia back to 2009. I started because he is civil engineering, so he has to check the national roads of Algeria, and started to modify these articles.
ثم كانت تجربتي ضعيفة يعني لمدة 10 سنوات بدون تحرير. وأنا من
and my experience was a little weak because I didn't edit so much in 10 years.
10 years. ثم يعني كانت تسليتي الوحيدة هي ألعاب الفيديو. كنت أقضي أغلب وقتي في ألعاب فيديو تسلية كتسلية.
Yeah. And I just enjoy my time playing video games.
Video game. فجأة قلت لماذا أضيع وقتي في الألعاب؟ لما لا أخذ شيئا جدي؟ فبدأت في ويكيبيديا العربية. ومنذ ذاك التاريخ يعني لمدة 4 سنوات يعني تخيل أني 2500 مقالة 90,000 تعديل وبدأت يعني أكون إداري في مشروع ويكيبيديا العربية.
So I asked myself, why wasting my time on playing video games, and why not trying to do some serious thing? And I started editing in Arabic Wikipedia, and since that I improved my skills in writing in Arabic, and I became administrator in Arabic Wikipedia with over than 90,000 edits in Arabic Wikipedia. Globally, and 200,000 edits globally.
لم أتوقف هنا، بدأت أتواصل، أحببت التواصل، أحضر جميع الاجتماعات، لذلك الآن حتى أني مشروع مثلا مشروع ويكي ماستر ويكي سورس.
And it didn't stop that. I communicated and have a relationship with everyone and attending meetings, and I'm working now with Wiki Source project.
Wiki Source,
Wiki codes, Wiktionary.
And I am very happy. I am very enthusiastic, and it's very I am included.
Well integrated in this movement.
Shukran. So, Bobby, I'm happy about our session. I don't know how you feel about it, but we got to talk to people. We got to find out why they volunteer, the motivations, the excitements. It really is threading a very good story about we're here for the mission. We got invited here to do even more things beyond what the mission that called us into this is. And we are finding joy in the things that we are doing. What's your parting shot?
My parting shot is please continue to network with others, share your stories with others, because it will motivate the person that you're sharing with your stories. It may seem like it's something small, but it will have a bigger impact.
Thank you. And I think I'm gonna date myself a little bit because I'm gonna sing a song as my parting shot with Belinda. Hopefully you'll help me. That make that circle bigger. I'll make the circle bigger. So because you were invited, invite others, enable them to find the joy in this movement, make sure that they feel welcomed, and support them as you've been supported over there. So thank you so much for talking to us. Enjoy your lunch time.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me well? So this is the announcement of the day. Okay, one of many announcements of the day. Thank you so much for being with us so far. We are breaking off for lunch at now. We are breaking off for lunch. And the session in this room after lunch will be the lightning talk showcase. So please do us a favor as well as yourself so that you get maximum benefit from the conference. Yeah, we are just getting ready. Okay. I think the presenters are almost ready. Okay. As long as we get the first two, we can start.
Do we know the board one?
No, yeah, it's a plenary. No, there's two sessions. Mike is doing his own one, and then Mike is doing the board session. So which one do you want?
I think he's doing the one that he's doing right now.
So the one that he's doing right now, sorry sisters, his co-presenter got the link, Joao Peschansky. Wait, it's in Unkosi. Which one is it?
But you said that he's separating it first. You said that there's other people there and it's not the same.
Who's there?
I don't know. I'm going to have to check. So who should be in there? Mike there?
Himself. And just telling this online presence, so he ladies, let's go sit. So this is
So who's first?
which room are we? This change. Guys, here's I can't like talk. The lightning talks are happening here.
Part of the lightning.
Then it's in Ubuntu. Yeah. So is it this one?
Yeah.
Okay, it's starting at after.
It's at 3 p.m.
Yeah, so it's next door.
Next door.
Only lightning talks here for the next 2 hours. 1.5 hours.
Do we have anyone for the lighting?
Lucy can start. Lucy, let's
start.
begin.
Let me know and then I introduce. Hi, how are you?
It's coming in one minute.
Did you see the list of presentations on next?
So for the test is for your presentation. Done.
Also after, because way after Morocco, it's like to the event fans that it was late. What did we get? I did for visa thing. By the way, you remember that I sent my passport to it was sent back again. That was only the passport for transport.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Does this voice sound familiar? Have you heard this voice before? Have you? Be it on Zoom or Google Meet or any other online meeting? It doesn't sound familiar. Okay. My name is Iwala Lucy, and I'm a Nigerian. I'm from the Igbo Wikimedia user group, also from the Wikimedia user group Nigeria. But for now, I'll be wearing the hat or cap for Wiki Love Monuments International team. Standing here, I am representing the Wiki Love Monument as the social media manager for the Wiki Love Monument International team. So, how many of us here has organized Wiki Love Monument in our different communities? Which year was that? So, what about 2022, 2023, and 2024? What happened? Could you share some of those challenges with us so that we can know? Is it about funding? It's not about funding. Okay, so maybe at the end of this session, maybe you can try. Okay, we can discuss out maybe how you can go about organizing Wiki Love Monuments next year, because we look forward to seeing monumental sites, pictures, submissions from Zimbabwe. Who else has organized Wiki Love Monuments here again? Yay. From which community is that? You organized Wiki Love Monument this year? Last year? And last 2 years? Wow, that's cool. So meaning that Africans, we are also participating. But on the long run, I usually see pictures from the European countries, the Asian countries, and that's why we are like, how can we ensure that Africans also participate in this kind of global campaign? You know that Wiki Love Monuments is a global campaign. I know that Wiki Loves Africa is for us Africans. But Wiki Love Monument is a global campaign where different countries also participate, not just Africans. And Africans, we don't participate that much. And at the end of the day, you find out that submissions that make it to the international top 25s, you find out that it's quite difficult or rare to see submissions from the African countries. So I think there's need for us to bridge that gap. It's not just about the gender gap. There is also the issue of bridging the gap for monumental sites. You know, these are our cultural heritage. Last week, we were having some discussions about Wiki Love Monuments in the Nigeria community. You know, we have this issue of freedom of panorama. And fortunately, there's one particular structure that was uploaded in one of the Wiki Love Monuments campaign in Nigeria. So they were kind of having some kind of teasers, and we saw some uploads. Then someone from the particular states or particular community where such upload was made said that this is no longer in existence. Why? Because the state government has dismantled everything. Now, but you can go back to Wikicommerce or Wiki Love Monument submissions and see those pictures. So you see, these are some of the importance of participating in some of these global campaigns, because it's also another means of documenting our cultural and heritage identity. And if we don't save this, or if we don't participate in this, then when such structures are no longer there, how can we be able to tell our story? You know, we keep on saying that we want to tell our story by ourselves, but on the long run, you find out that most of us still don't actually maximize these kind of opportunities. So that's why I wanted to know if it is in terms of funding, because we know Wikilaw Monuments International provides mini grants. So in case maybe you weren't able to add it in your annual budget, or in terms of rapid, you are not able to submit on time, and then so we wouldn't want to hear the issue of finance being the issue why you couldn't participate in Wikilaw Monument campaign. So I know, and I look forward to next year that many people and many community will be participating in the Wikilaw Monument campaign. Are we ready? Okay, so for today's session, we are going to be discussing the topic on dynamics of organizing Wikilaw monuments in the African community, and I am going to use the Wikilaw Monument 2023 in the Nigeria community as a case study to show us how we can also organize Wikilaw monument in Wiki Indaba 2023 in Agadir. There's a particular question that came up. Someone asked during the Wikilaw Monument Q&A session, someone asked, how can we ensure that not every year the same people don't keep on winning, we don't keep on getting the same submissions, because it seems like we have exhausted our monumental site, but that's not actually, I don't think we've exhausted it, no. Because if you go to the Wikilaw Monument 2024 participating countries, or some photos submitted this year, you find out that there are some countries that year in, year out, they have something new to submit. They have, and their uploads are top notch. So I know that African communities, we've not even optimized the campaign, not to talk of exhausting our resources. So I'm going to share with us some of the hacks, or some of the initiatives that we adopted in the Nigerian community that ensure that not just one particular individual keep on winning year in, year out. So that is why we have this session. So I'm supposed to present this session with me, Sue, but she's here to join us on the call. So I'll go ahead and share it with us. Okay. So we all know what Wikilaw Monument is. From your perspective, what do you think the Wikilaw Monument connotes? Like when you hear about Wikilaw Monument, what do you have in mind when you talk about Wikilaw monuments? I want to hear from you.
Thank you. And I believe I chose the right space to be in, because I actually want to implement it here in South Africa, because it's not part of it. I checked the list, and it's only just a certain number of African countries that are also participating in this competition. And I've seen, when you were talking about top-notch uploads, I've seen the uploads that people make from the Western countries. They are top-notch. And as compared to some of the pictures that I see uploaded from the African countries, so which is another element that we need to fix if for real we want to be in the the top 25, because we have to be there, because we deserve to be there, because the pictures taken deserve to be there. And you mentioned something that is very fundamental when you said a monument was dismantled, but then because a picture exists in commons, then it is a way that we can use this space, all the Wikimedia platforms, to preserve knowledge. and this is going to work well for us. And I'm expecting, I would say, a lot from this session because I really want to get this underway because like the competition ends this month. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't get your name.
Lucy, sorry to interrupt. I think now we have the presentation ready.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Wiki Indaba Lightning Talk Showcase. And you will find the run on either Eventyay or on Meta. And the first person to present with us today is Lucy, officially Lucy. She was giving you a preamble, the context to the dynamics of organizing Wiki Loves Monuments in the African region. But now, Lucy, you've got at most 7 minutes to take us through your slides. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, just like I stated earlier, the topic for today is dynamics of organizing Wiki Loves Monuments in the African region. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay. I'm supposed to present this session with Seal. So what I have on my list today is in terms of organizing Wiki Love Monuments from the global perspective, from the national perspective, and from the local perspective. Then we have some statistics, and then we now focus on the case study using Nigeria Wiki Love Monuments 2023 as a perspective into organizing Wiki Love Monuments in our various communities, and also some impacts and some recommendations. Next slide, please. So Wiki Love Monuments is a public photo competition around cultural heritage monuments, and it is organized by Wikimedia chapters, groups, affiliates, and we say that Wiki Love Monuments campaign is being conducted in a federated style. By federated style, I mean that each community, each national organizer is independent and can organize their Wiki Love monuments in their respective communities. At the end of this competition, they forward their national top 10s to the international organizers. So the international organizers don't have any say or dictate to you how to go about organizing it, in as much as you abide by the stipulated rules, which is Wiki Love Monuments is usually organized between the month of September and October. So bear in mind that Wiki Love Monuments, if you're organizing Wiki Love Monuments in your community, it should be, if you choose September, ensure that it is September. If you choose October, ensure that it is October. There's no crossing over. So organizing Wiki Love Monument from the national perspective, that is just like I said, as a national organizer, you know what is expected and what you need to put up a campaign of this type in your community, and you know the stipulated time frame and what is acceptable, and you organize your national prizes. You are responsible for organizing your national juries and the rest of it. Then from the local perspective, which is the essence of this session, to sometimes you find out that each year some winners do emerge as the winners of Wiki Love Monuments in different communities, and you start asking yourself whether it's just only those people that are participating in the Wiki Love Monument. But along the line, we find out that there are other ways through which you can participate, you can conduct Wiki Love Monuments in your community, and to ensure that there is a sense of inclusivity, in the sense that if you allot organizing of Wiki Love Monuments in your various sub-communities. If you come to Nigeria, we have so many language communities. So if you come to Nigeria, Igbo Wikimedia user group organizes Wiki Love Monuments, Hausa organizes, Yoruba organizes. And at the end of the day, I tell you that there's no way that it's just same winners repeating submissions and the rest of it. So that is the approach we now talk about. So just like I stated earlier, in Nigeria, as of 2023 Wiki Love Monuments, about 6 or 7 communities organize Wiki Love Monuments, and the upload and submissions were quite encouraging compared to that of the 2022 Wiki Love Monuments in Nigeria. Now, these are some of the communities that participated in the Wiki Love Monuments 2023 in Nigeria. We have the Tiab, Hausa, Gombe Network, Yoruba, Igbo. So these are the communities. All of them participated in their various communities. But do bear in mind that all the uploads are being channeled under one funnel. So whatever that is being uploaded goes through the Nigerian Wikilove Monument funnel, and that is how it works. Now, these are some of the kind of statistics based on they are adopting this type of organization, which is organizing Wikilove Monument from the grassroots. Now, in 2019, they had an upload of 2,550 upload. Then they had a 2-year break. So after the 2 years break, they now come back again in 2022 and organize Wikilove Monuments as just a national organizer. And at the end of the day, they had just 663 uploads. So in 2023, they now organize this, adopting the local system, and that is how we have the leap. Next slide. So you can also implement this type of organizing in different Wikiloves, Wikiloves S, Wikilove Folklore, Wikiloves Africa. Then these are some of the statistics that these are some of the statistics that we gathered from organizing Wikilove Monuments in the from the global perspective. Next slide, please. So these are some of the recommendations that we think that it has worked for us. You can introduce mini grants. Nigeria did that. You can also ensure that upload goes through the same funnel and you provide local prizes. Thank you very much. Next slide. If you have any other question, you can go ahead and ask me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucy. The next session will be by.
Okay, he has a question.
Yes, he has a question, but time.
Like it's like now we're watching channels, something that is hot. You know, we are missing the point. We're missing people are very fast because sometimes while we're here. I'm not sure whether it's my problem, but it's like there was no solidness of presentation for some time. You know, like it's something that you want to do in South Africa, we are looking forward to, but now I don't know. Or else, if you can just get slides, then
Yeah, I'll send you the slide. Yeah, I can send you the slide.
Okay, so the slides are normally shared and they will, but I wish to impress it to all of us here that this is a session for lightning talks. And in a lightning talk, what the presenter should do in an ideal situation is summarize their points. Now, I do realize that this kind of presentation may not augur well with all of us, maybe because we've expected more, or maybe the presenter did not summarize well. Anything could go wrong with that. However, I wish to impress it to all of us. These are lightning talks, and the speaker has at most between 7 to 10 minutes to lay down their points. The speakers are still here. You can have a talk with them afterwards, but they're also going to be sharing their slides. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lucy. Is Koku Roni Ezin here from Burkina Faso? All right. Since Roni is not here, Candy, are our colleagues from Zimbabwe here?
Yes.
All right. So Sichelesile, Pepile, and Hope, please take the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pepile, and this is, they call her Siche, but she's Sichelesile. Hope is not here with us, so we'll take you over the presentation, just the two of us. We asked you to attend another session for our benefit as a country. So we are here to tell you about our journey, growing our community in Zimbabwe since we started in 2021. Our slides ready? Ma? Like how?
Okay, for the sake of time, as they are fixing the slides, we as Zimbabweans are not yet a community user group like every one of you, and we are working on it. So basically the presentation is on telling you our story, how as a community we have led these campaigns and done what we have done. So we are a team of we are a team of librarians. Most of us are librarians from different sectors, special libraries, school libraries, public libraries. We are all librarians and we have tried to work together. Yes.
So, like I said, our journey began in 2021 when most of us took part in a course called Wikipedia and African Libraries. That's when we started and we got serious. Our growth has been slow, but we have put efforts to keep growing. We are now at 56 members after having started as I think it was about 5 of us who took part in that course. So we've made efforts to continue to organize events, Wiki Loves Monuments, and we stopped because of challenges, not financially, but because of opposition. We participate in One Lib, One Rev campaigns. We organize faithfully Wiki Loves Women almost every year, but not this year. We are committed to our growth and we want to see ourselves becoming a user group eventually. So I'll hand over to Siche to continue.
Okay, we have created a lot of content. Basically, our content is Zimbabwean oriented. We are trying to at least try to tell people to tell their story the Zimbabwean way, not for people to tell our story. So we've created the content, uploading images, creating articles on climate change in Zimbabwe. Right, and these are the challenges that we have faced. Yes, the consistency is the major challenge that we have as a community to be. People are not consistent. I hope we can relate, some of us, because people want something in return to do volunteer work. And we have also problems with the higher offices. Higher offices, we mean everyone, our superiors, our leaders, our bosses back at work. So we have these challenges and we are facing them head on. And we are glad to say, most of us, as I said, we are librarians. We have actually penetrated through to the Zimbabwe Library Association. And this year, yes, just a few days ago, we were in Kariba and we presented our topic on how to collaborate our library work with Wikimedia projects. So we are slowly getting there. Next slide. Yes, we have opportunities. Oh, by the way, we can maybe explain some of these pictures. We put them there deliberately. This was when we did how to contribute. We had about 20-something students, and of the 20-something students, we only graduated 17 students. We wanted to see the consistency. We had a course that do some homework, like what Alice was doing to us. We did it to them, and we thank God at least we have a team there. So we are seeing an opportunity that people are willing to learn. We are seeing an opportunity because yes, we are definitely receiving grants. We have applied for grants and we have received grants and faithfully did what we were supposed to do and did the reports. Yes, next slide, please. Yes, the lessons that we have learned is together we can do anything. Yes, and that we are part of a bigger family who is you listening to us right now, and we can endure the challenges and forge ahead and make future plans for Zimbabwe. As I'm speaking, we have had meetings with most of the people around here, and we have had ways to forge ahead. And we thank you so much for the opportunity to be in Wiki Indaba. 5 of us. That much we are very much grateful. Thank you so much. Siyabonga. Tinotenda. I think we can give them our 2 minutes that are left.
All right, thank you so much. The next session. Yes. So thank you so much, Siche and our colleague. Next up is Faith. She'll be speaking about Wiki Boxing. Wiki for boxing. Take it away.
Can I have my slides, please? As my slides are going to be put on, my name is Faith Kwera, and I'm from Uganda. And I'm a cybersecurity analyst or expert, but at the same time, I am a techpreneur. I do e-ticketing for sports organizations in Uganda. Yeah, I joined the user group in 2020, and it has been the best thing that has ever happened to me. So as we are waiting for my slides, I'd like to know in the house who's heard of Wiki for Boxing? Definitely a Ugandan. Anyone else? South Africa? Had a Wiki for Boxing? Nobody. Okay, as still I'm waiting for my slides, I'd just like to give you a brief genesis of Wiki for Boxing. Being an entrepreneur, a techpreneur, we are always looking for problems all the time. And these problems, we love to get solutions for. So as I was ticketing for one of the boxing, Uganda Boxing Federation or the sports entities, I recognized that there was a gap in content for both women. The gender gap was really huge, and also for boxing as a sport. So since 1962, after our independence, boxing was the very first sport in Uganda, the very first sport. We were elated about it and revered so much towards the sport, but there was literally no information about it. And that is what Wiki for Boxing is about. So as I continued looking for problems, I went to one of my mentors, who is Alice Kibombo and Joffre, and I ran it by them about the sport that didn't have content about it. And being a boxing fan, because I actually do boxing, I box, I'm a fitness boxer, yeah? I talked to Alice, and she was cool about it. She was so psyched about it. And she's like, yes, let's have it among the sports genres in the group. So we decided to have a slice of the budget on what we call the Wiki what we call Wiki Soccerthon in Uganda. So Wiki Soccerthon is a sports Wiki project that we've been having. Looks like I've exhausted so much, but yeah, how many minutes do I have? I'm very conscious about the minutes. 5. Okay, so this is what we've been doing. Yeah, I mentioned that it's under Wiki Soccerthon, and these are the images that we've had, very beautiful quality images that me myself took. Like I mentioned, I'm called Shakura, you can look me up, okay? Yes. So how did we run the project? We reached out to Uganda Boxing Federation and the Buganda Board Committee for the games, and also to a media organization called NBS to make sure we provided information for both the media and for the local people. So considering this was a new entity, we piloted it with only 6 experienced editors and not the whole user group. And then this was motivated by game nights. The Boxing Federation gave the Wiki team game nights all throughout the year, and it was sponsored by Uganda Boxing Federation. Then we also provided logistics to these editors through data and transport, and of course, swag items. Next slide. Basing on what I had talked about in retrospect to the gender gap, one of the ladies that I am proud to say is now on the wikis is called Ndagire Shuria, and this image was taken by me. And I'm so proud to mention that some of these gender gaps have been bridged because of our initiatives. So our output basically were 50 items on the wiki data, Yeah, and then on Wikipedia we managed to get 10 articles, and on the Commons we managed to get extremely good quality images with just 34 images, and corporate boxing was initiated as a result of Wiki for Boxing. Corporate boxing is basically boxing for the high-end people. Usually in Uganda, what we call lower boxing is for what I would say omuntu wa wansi in Uganda simply means people who earn less than $1 a day. So now we have elevated boxing into the corporate society because of Wiki for Boxing. So one of the challenges we had was documentation about boxing in Uganda. There's literally no information about boxing in Uganda, and that is one of the challenges we had as we wrote these articles. The overlapping campaigns. You do realize that in Uganda, is known for having so many campaigns and so many activities. So the overlapping campaigns, which were local and international, was a challenge, and of course, logistics and a limited budget. I mentioned earlier that we had a slice of the Wiki Soccerthon budget. All right, this picture is amazing, right? Yeah? It's amazing. So our future plans regards the Wiki for Boxing we need to increase the number of editors and also attaining more partners and more funds. This Wiki for Boxing would not have been possible if it wasn't for the inviting hands of people like Alice Kibombo and the user group at large. As I complete, I'd like to, my parting shots would be, a candle loses nothing by lighting another. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. If you have any other questions, you can let me know. You can send Alice her flowers and the Ugandan user group as well. Thank you very much. My name is Clara Faith and I'm from Uganda. Thank you. Anyone else with a question? South African team? You're good. Yes. I'd like to think you have understood the project. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Faith. The next one will have Philip.
Hello. While the slides are being prepared, my name is Philip Kopetsky. I am on the steering committee of the Central and Eastern European Hub, which is a network that kind of supports the communities and affiliates in the region of Central and Eastern Europe. So we have about like 35 different affiliates, and I think in total like 42 different communities, mostly based on different languages. So it's like, what's interesting about that region is like it's mostly one language for one country. And that also makes it sometimes easy to look at some statistics. And my lightning talk today would be about the statistics. So there will be many numbers. You don't really have to pay attention to the numbers that much. It's more about like the general tendency and like what they say about the projects and also what they imply about how funding for affiliates works, for example, because not always does, in the rarest cases, does the funding for an affiliate have an impact on the readership and the number of active editors in a certain community. So we'll hopefully see that. Great. Let me see if this works. Okay, at least I have a laser pointer in this. Ah. Was it me or was it? Oh, that was you. Okay, great. Let's get to the first one. So this is something that we did at the C meeting, which was two weeks ago in Istanbul. And yeah, this is kind of like just a repeat of what we presented there, but I think like in the context of Africa, it might also be quite interesting. So as we can see here, the number of articles created is going slightly down. There's no real reason why that is the case, but like it's not really declining at an alarming rate, and there's always like an up and down. Like you can see how it's 476 here and 488 here. So it always depends on certain events. So for example, if there's like a revolution or some uprising in a certain country, then obviously the numbers will go down for the language. Can we have the next slide, please? Yes, so more graphs. This one is just to show you like what the total page views are for certain Wikipedias in the region. You can see how, for example, Estonian, which is the green line, is like the only one that hasn't like gone back up to the same readership numbers that they had in 2020. But everyone else is like either exceeding the readership numbers from 2020, or at least being like on a similar level. So that's quite interesting because like we're getting told that like English Wikipedia is losing readership. Oh no, someone plug in the laptop, please. But that's not the case for many Wikipedias like in Central and Eastern Europe, and it's also not true for English Wikipedia in Central and Eastern Europe, but we'll get to that later. Could we next slide, please? Yes, so now we get to the active editors, and this is more interesting probably in this context. Like we have several smaller Wikipedias who have like only between like 100 and like between 50 and 100 different editors, and you can see how like it's always an up and down. The tendency is going up, but only really slowly. So in terms of like, for example, how this correlates to the funding that the affiliates get, like at least in my view, at least it's not getting any worse. So maybe that's what funding is good for. Okay, the next slide, please. Great. So this is like the bigger Wikipedias in the region. There is actually like the explanation. Oh, could you go back? I think we missed one. And another one back? Yes. Great. Yeah. So these are the bigger Wikipedias in Central and Eastern Europe. So you have like Russian, which is going down for like the reason of like there being a war in Ukraine. And people also in Russia itself being intimidated, like from editing Wikipedia. Does anyone want to guess what? Sorry, no, please stay on that slide. Does anyone want to guess like what happened here on Turkish Wikipedia in 2020, like from 2019 to 2020? Anyone want to guess or no? So what happened is like Turkish Wikipedia was banned in Turkey until sometime in 2019. So you can see the difference in like the editorship once like Wikipedia is accessible again, and it's kind of stayed the same-ish on Turkish Wikipedia. Whereas like Polish Wikipedia has grown slightly, but like it is constant in a way, so that's good. 5 minutes. Okay, I'll be done in 2, I think. Then can we go to the next slide? And then yes, so this is just to show like all of the Wikipedias in the region. Like it's a lot of lines, most of them like down here, because we have many small Wikipedias. But like you can also see like how the tendency is not going down dramatically over the last 5 years. Okay, then this slide, yes. So this is also interesting. It compares the number of editors to the number of people who speak that language. So you can see how Estonian, which is a very like small country or a small country in Europe, like has like a rise in number of articles, despite like not being like a very big country. And the same goes for Latvian, and this is probably the most interesting case because the number of articles in Latvian is going up quite a lot, and it is compared to like the number of speakers, it is quite a high number of editors. No, please stay on the previous slide. Am I doing this? No. And the interesting thing about Latvian is that like there is no real affiliate in Latvia, and still the numbers are going up, and they're going up way higher than in certain other communities. Like Greek Wikipedia is not rising as much as Latvian, for example. So I think there's a lot to think about in that regard, and I think like the solutions or the explanations are not going to be very simple or easy. Okay, so then the last aspect I wanted to show you. Thanks. I can't read it from back here. 3 minutes. 0 minutes. Okay, wait. Okay, then really quickly. What's also interesting is English Wikipedia is read a lot in Central and Eastern Europe. And we made a comparison where like, which countries read like their local language Wikipedia more than English Wikipedia? And there's an interesting trend. So you can see in 2020 how there are quite a few countries where like the local language is read more, the local Wikipedia is read more than English Wikipedia. But if we go to 2022, next slide, you can see it's kind of like losing ground in a way. So people are reading more English Wikipedia. But as we saw before, the numbers for readership are going up for those Wikipedias as well. So that also means like English Wikipedia readership is going up in those countries. And now in 2024, it's not that legible on this projector. But you can see like it's only like Ukraine, Poland, Czech Republic, Hungary, and Armenia, where like the local language is read more than English. And that's kind of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have Mohammed in the room?
Thank you, Philip.
So the next session should be going to Abigail.
She's the CEO. You should care of her. Yeah.
She didn't specify, but we have translators to log in. Yeah, now if they want to, that's where the French guys can do translation from.
So for those who want to listen in English, they need to get on to
Eventually, I should announce that. Candy.
language changeover. Okay, let me explain.
Hello. Bonjour tout le monde. Le thème de ma présentation, c'est Gender Equality in Benin.
Excuse me, sorry. For those who want to listen in English, please remember you will log into Eventyay and then get the English translation. Okay? Thank you. You may go ahead.
Le projet, c'est Gender Equality. Donc, c'est en anglais, mais je vais faire la présentation en français. On a eu à faire un logo qui vient de passer tout à l'heure. Donc, le but du projet, c'est d'accroître la visibilité des femmes sur Wikipédia et ses projets frères. Et donc, pour combler l'écart entre les sexes sur les plateformes Wikipédia. Et on a eu à faire 5 sections pour ce projet. Et on a contribué sur Wikipédia, Wikidata et Wikicommons. On a créé des articles, on a formé des filles sur Wikipédia, sur Wikidata et Wikicommons. Sur Wikipédia, on a créé 51 articles et amélioration 21. Wikidata, on a fait 211 éléments, on a créé 211 éléments et 61 améliorés. Sur Wikicommons, il y a 67 téléchargements sur Wikicommons. L'impact de ce projet, c'est qu'on a inclus 20 femmes dans la communauté du Benin qui ont contribué assez sur les projets Wikipédia et Frères et ils ont appris beaucoup de choses sur ces projets. Et nous avons créé un groupe pour le suivi de ces contributeurs, de ces contributrices, s'il vous plaît. Donc, nous avons créé un groupe qui leur permet d'échanger s'ils ont des difficultés pour contribuer. Nous avons créé un groupe pour ça. Et à la fin du projet, on a eu 4 meilleures contributrices. Vous verrez les photos sur le prochain. Voilà, on a 4 contributrices qui ont gagné des prix. Le premier prix, c'était 50 000 prix et forfait cadeau. Et il y a 40 000 et il y a aussi 30 000. Il n'y avait pas ce prix au début, mais pour encourager cette contributrice, on a fait un prix qui s'appelle prix d'encouragement. Voilà un peu comment ça s'est passé. Et on a eu des problèmes au cours de ce projet. Et par rapport au dashboard, par exemple, le dashboard ne marchait pas bien, ce qui fait que à la fin de chaque session, on faisait, comment on appelle, je passais par chaque contribution des contributeurs pour essayer de récupérer chaque contribution et mettre sur la page méta. Donc, on a eu comme partenariat Wikimedia Foundation et l'envol du Bénin. Et c'est là exactement qu'on a fait les 5 sections de formation. Et ici, vous aviez les contacts des membres du user group et le compte Twitter, le mail du user group et le compte Facebook. Je pense que... Et pour recruter des contributeurs, on a dû faire un Google Doc pour les recruter et on a eu 20 femmes sur le projet. Merci.
Thank you so much, Abigail. The next session will be, just give me a second. Yes, you could ask a question. We actually have a bit of few minutes for her.
Donc, bonsoir à tous, je suis Alfred Nadiré du Togo et merci aussi pour la présentation. La question que je voulais poser, vous avez bien dit aussi dans votre présentation qu'il y a des baisses au niveau, après le concours, il y a beaucoup qui ne contribuent plus, c'est ce que ça veut dire. Au jour d'aujourd'hui, quelles sont les actions que vous avez prises au niveau de votre organisation afin de remédier à cela? Merci.
C'est pas qu'il y a beaucoup qui ne contribuent plus. D'abord, là où on a fait le projet, l'envol, il y a la connexion là et c'est des étudiantes qui viennent étudier dans le centre. Donc, chaque jour, elles contribuent. Mais il y a d'autres qui ne font pas partie de l'école qui ne contribuent plus. Mais chaque vendredi, on a une réunion pour contribuer sur Wikipédia, qui se déroule chaque vendredi par Memos. Voilà. C'est bon?
Thank you. My name is Lindan Sekakane. I'm a librarian at City of Johannesburg here in South Africa. I just want to ask something on your presentation. Please translate for me. I want to ask you something. On your presentation, I saw that your members, they are struggling with internet access. So I'm not sure about the state of libraries in Benin. So is it possible maybe to work with public libraries or local libraries so that those users will have an access on the internet if the libraries they've got the internet, so that will promote the editing of from Wikipedia. Thank you.
Si je ne me trompe pas, il dit qu'il a peut-être remarqué que vous aviez rencontré un problème d'Internet et donc pour régler ce problème-là, il propose peut-être que vous puissiez travailler avec des bibliothèques où vous aurez accès, où les personnes auraient accès dans la bibliothèque à Internet, comme ça vous faciliterait la tâche.
Oui, là, quand on avait eu le problème d'Internet, c'était le réseau en général. C'est pas problème pour chacun, quoi. C'est le réseau, oui, au Bénin qui avait un problème. Voilà. C'est bon? Oui, oui, oui. Merci pour la suggestion.
All right. Thank you so much, Abigail. The next session will be Isma. Is he around? Nope. Voila. I think the other sessions, just give me a second, will be virtual. We don't. Oh.
So what I'm actually
Yeah.
So here's his slides there, okay?
Yeah, that's
so the
what
next
I'm
lesson is online.
Oh.
Yeah. So start with Lucy's one and say that now that we have time, can you go back to Lucy if any questions?
Yes.
4 minutes. As we get to this, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Whoever had a call, whoever had.
Okay. So we have 3 minutes. You could ask questions concerning any of the lightning talks that we had. Does anyone have a question for all the speakers? Just that went right up. Do you have a question they could answer?
Hello. A question was asked, but we didn't get the answer back. The one in French. Yeah.
Could you please translate? Translate in English.
Okay, I'll go in French and in English. Okay. I was saying that in Benin we don't have so many public libraries. In the main city we only have 2 libraries with internet connection in which public can go. It's the first one is from Institut Français, we call it. It's France which established it in some countries. And the second one is for a foundation called Fondation Vallée. So in those 2 libraries, we already have activities with some Wikimedians. So Abigail can work with those libraries too. The other libraries are in universities and some schools, but don't have internet connection. So this is the situation in Benin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One more question? Okay.
Thank you. Maybe this question goes to Alice. I know she's busy, but I hope she will hear me. My question is, we hear a lot of Wiki loves this, Wiki loves that, Wiki loves Wiki for, right? So is it like anytime you have a concept, you can just name it Wiki Loves Me, Wiki Loves Siche, or Wiki Loves whatever, right? Or whenever, like in her case, where she, Faith, I don't know where she is, when she has created Wiki for boxing, anything, like any country who wants to be part of Wiki for boxing should fall under her. I don't know whether my question is clear. She was busy.
No, I heard you very well. I can respond.
It's on.
Sorry, I heard you very well. My apologies. Multitasking is not my superpower, but it has been imposed on me today. So, in the event of the Wiki Loves, you've not yet heard all that you can hear about anything called Wiki Loves. Because remember that with the Wikimedia projects, we are dealing with everything that is the universality, the totality of all knowledge. So at any one point, someone is interested in something, therefore somebody loves something. And the ones that you hear so far are the ones that people have picked interest in, picked momentum, gotten momentum for, as well as, had the drive to see it through to its logical end. But there are still other things that are hidden from us, and we rely on you who are in these places to bring them to light. So just as an example, when I was growing up, I used to hear a lot about the great ruins of Zimbabwe. And I honestly do not think that we have heard everything there is to hear about them. Yeah. So you could come up with a campaign that is directed towards that. Some of the campaigns you hear can stretch over years, but some campaigns can also be for a limited amount of time. So when you hear about, for example, Wiki Loves Africa, it is very versatile in that every year there is a theme and people give images and content that relate to that theme. But then if it is something that is static, for example, a monument, for example, I would not like to give a practice, but a monument or a stage or something, there is only so much you can give before the campaign outlives its usefulness. Then in terms of the scheduling of the campaign, it should be in an ideal situation that we operate during the window that is given for the campaign for a number of reasons. The organizers might want to get statistics. The organizers may not have support beyond that campaign, like they dedicate all the administrative support and the financial support that they can give you during that period, and it might not be available. They might not stretch it, maybe because they are understaffed or underfunded. So that would be a good thing to operate within the window. But then we also appreciate that we are dealing with communities. We are a community of volunteers, and at times volunteering can feel like a full-time job. You're not being paid for this. There are no medals for this. Yeah. These are the things you'd probably do even if no one was paying you for, but you're incurring some expenses to achieve these things. Females especially might have to sacrifice family time, or they might not even be able to join child. So there's always a cost associated, and those are some of the realities that we deal with when it comes to communities. So in the interest of that, much as there's a designated window, the organizers, the global organizers, are flexible and reasonable enough to know that a certain community might not be able to join at a certain point in time X, therefore they can do it at a certain point in time Y. That is why you will see some global dashboards have an extended period of open time, or that there are platforms where you can actually report about when you carried out the activity. I hope that satisfies your curiosity.
Thank you. My question is actually for Philip. It's to do with I'm quite intrigued by the high numbers of retention of readership and of editors. And I'd like to understand, can you give us a snapshot of what the culture is like in Wikimedia? Are you seeing, are the numbers that high because maybe if someone can't edit anymore, they encourage someone else to take their place? Are a lot of your editors students and so they kind of have the time for it? Are you advertising a lot? Are you hosting a lot? Why do you think, or have you actually monitored why the retention rate is so high?
So like in Europe, like volunteerism is a thing. Like it's not a thing like in all of Central and Eastern Europe. Like in some parts it isn't. But you're right in terms of like many are students, and then like kind of grow out of it in a way because like they have a job and family and then don't have time. But then they come back again when they're like retired because they have more time to work on this again. So it's like I think, but like many people like start in the 20s and they're getting older. Like they've been editing for like almost 20 years now, or more than 20 years. So they're just being constantly like still being involved, like maybe not at the same active level as before, but they're still involved in a certain way. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
So get them when they're young.
I mean, like that was interesting. Like in Dumisani's session earlier, like many were asked, like, "How did you start?" You know, and many were like, "Oh, like I was in the final year of my studies, and someone that like asked me to participate, or like I was looking into this." You know, so I think it's a time when people have more time than they would have afterwards. And especially in countries where volunteerism is probably not such a big thing, or like doesn't make any sense. Like there's also countries in the sea region where Wikimedians get asked like, "Oh, so who's paying you to do this?" You know, and they said like, "Oh, we're doing it for, like we're volunteering for it." And then, so why are you volunteering for it? Like, why aren't you trying to earn any money with it? You know, so like also the mindset in certain countries is just different because the economic situation of people is different in those countries. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Should we take one more question? Okay.
But I see the presenter is not here.
Oh no,
What-
you mean the previous presenter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe we could yeah.
No, I'm interested in where do you begin? How do you start Wiki Love's monument, and how do you deal with issues of copyright in those kind of monuments? Thank you.
Yes, we have our colleague here from Zim who did it. Maybe you could help us respond how you dealt with it. Pepile?
Well, for me, it was easy because my boss was supportive and she's always been an advocate for documenting stuff. So, in a way, it was going to help us document our monuments because they are not documented. My challenges was my colleagues who are monument specialists. They felt I was taking their job. So that's why I stopped to avoid conflict and look for ways to better manage the situation because still we need to do it. Our monuments are not listed. So the issues of copyright and all wasn't an issue for me because in a way you're documenting your monuments, and if someone does it for you, like who can better document South African monuments than you? So if someone does it for you, they'll do it in a wrong way. I'm not sure if I've answered you.
Thank you so much, Pepile. So we,
Just on the question of copyright, like copyright expires at a certain point, no? So, like for example, in Italy, like there's also no freedom of panorama, so you can't just take pictures of anything that's like visible publicly. but they made lists of, like, for example, all the churches and so on, because like those are clearly like older than 100 years, so copyright doesn't necessarily like apply to them. So you can kind of circumvent it in a way. Theoretically, there's also like the option of like deleting, like uploading them to Commons, then deleting them, and then setting an undelete date. So you can kind of like tag them with like, oh, undelete this like in 2035 when the copyright expires. So there's certain ways of circumventing this, and especially like creating your own list of buildings that are definitely older than like however long copyrights would take, you know. That's definitely a way of like getting more like documentation of these of that architecture.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have to get on to the next. Yes, thank you so much, everyone. So we have the next speaker, who is Ismail Atiba. He'll be speaking about empowering and documenting minority groups in Nigeria. So we'll be having him virtually. Yes, on the screen.
Okay, there's been a delay in Atiba's signal. Can we cue anybody who's in the room?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Okay. Okay, Atiba is online right now. Atiba, can you hear us?
Hi, yeah, good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon. Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. Shit. Hi, sorry, I would like to confirm if you can hear my voice. Right? Hello? Shit. Um, hello everyone. Sorry, I want to like confirm if you can hear me. All right. Good day everyone from this side. My name is Ismail Atiba, and I'll be talking on empowering and documenting minority groups. The Gombe experience. So, yeah, like I said before, my name is Ismail Atiba, in Nigerian Liberian and Wikimedian, or which also doubles as the president of Google Network of Wikimedia User Group Nigeria. So here we're looking at the project Wiki for Minority, what it's all about, and how we can collaboratively hop on the project and see how we can document the minority groups within our movement and globally. And at the same time, focusing on the area of representation of minority groups in Nigeria, activities held during the International Day of Disabilities in Nigeria. So the minority in this, in this sense refers to a group of people who are numerically smaller or socially marginalized within a larger population. And most times their voice is not heard, or a platform to give them the voice is not readily available. So in the Wiki contest, Wiki for Minority project refers to a group of, refers to a group whose languages, cultures, and knowledge are underrepresented on Wikimedia platforms. So this includes linguistic, ethnic, cultural minorities who often lack adequate documentation or content reflecting their heritage, experiences, and perspective. So the project Wiki for Minority seeks to address these gaps by encouraging content creations and preservation of efforts that highlight these communities, knowledge, and cultural diversity. So the Wiki for Minority started in the year 2023, October, precisely, by two Wikimedians, Ignatius and Likos from Chile and Greece. So after a series of community meetup and discussions relating to the project, we had our first meeting in Nigeria relating to the joint National Association of People with Disability, an umbrella body that focuses on minority within Nigeria as a contest. So the idea was to collaborate with the NGO and see how their members can, be given a voice, a platform to speak more, create awareness about the, their activities and the challenges they are facing within the general populace. So in that same November of 2023, we had our first collaborative effort, a meetup with the national bodies of the Joint Association of Association of People with Disabilities in Nigeria, in Abuja. And afterward, part of the communique was to see how the states in Nigeria, Wikimedia communities in Nigeria, can step down this collaborative effort by reaching out to state chapters in Nigeria and creating awareness about Wikimedia projects amongst their membership, and how we can also onboard them to Wikimedia ecosystem so they can use and utilize the platform to, amplify their voices. So for us in the Gombe network, we, reach out to the communities in our area, which is Gombe, and we had other Wikimedians in other parts of Nigeria that also reach out to state chapters to collaborate on efforts to create awareness of Wikimedia and how their members can join and utilize the platform to amplify their voices. And the area of focus for the Wiki for minorities, centers on people with disabilities, people who are linguistic minority, which is languages, and religious minority, and as well as the sexual orientation, like the LGBTQ community as well. But however, in the instance of the Gombe network, our focus was more on the area of people with disabilities, and as well as cultural minority and religious minority. So we had International Day, International Day of People with Disability it was marked in our community in October last year, and we created an awareness within the community. We were able to organize a capacity building for her members in the state, and we onboarded them to to Wikimedia platforms and our community groups as well, to see how they can help amplify their voices. And at the end there, we successfully created a lot of at least over 10 articles on Wikipedia relating to minority groups in Nigeria, especially the northeast part of Nigeria, like the Tula people, the Waja people, and the Kanuri people, as other minority groups that exist within the northeast in Nigeria. So, like I said, the focus areas involves the disabilities, documenting disability rights and culture, spiritualities, capturing spiritual beliefs of minority groups in Nigeria. For example, in the northeast, we have the majority is mainly the adherent of Islam, and the minority groups here, we have the traditional worshippers as well as the Christian faiths, which are more of the minority when it relates to the northeast part of Nigeria, except you relate to the southern part of Nigeria, where you have the majority of the Christians. So one of the efforts we did was to do a photo walk to capture the religious bodies, buildings, structures within the vicinity, and uploaded them on Wikimedia Commons. So increase the visibility and representation across Wikimedia platform, documenting one of the documentation techniques which we used was the editor we involved, and then the photo walks to ensure the documentation and of these minority groups within our community in the northeast. So the awareness with people with disability on November during last year, International Day of People with Disability. This was one of our awareness outreach, which we reach out to the community, the people with disability in our community, the blind, the and other minority groups in our community. We are represented, both the ethnic tribes within the community and other people with disability. We are introduced to Wikipedia and the Wikimedia platforms. What are the aims and objectives of Wikimedia? What can the people within the minority groups, how they can contribute their knowledge to Wikimedia platform? So the key result was that we helped about expanding the knowledge about people with minorities and how they can join the communities, content creations, expand existing articles on Wikipedia relating to Gombe and other minorities groups in Nigeria. So community growth, it helps up strengthen and incorporate more members who are in the minority into the community in Gombe State. So lesson learned over time is that the importance of engaging local communities can go a long way in sustaining the growth of Wikimedia community, both within Nigeria and outside of Nigeria, as it gets to opportunity to recruit more members and enhance our awareness reach, capacity building for members of the populace. So looking ahead, we are we are looking at replication of these activities in area of initiative for others, communities in Nigeria, in Africa, and the world entirely, to key into the idea of the project of Wiki for Minorities to help document these minority groups within our various communities, and then continue empowering communities through training and collaborations, and at the same time engage new minority groups and extend documentation efforts to them in their various in our various communities and regions, to help document their own narrative and perspective on Wikimedia platform, to ensure diversity and inclusion of these people in the larger global knowledge ecosystem. So the final thought is that the global experience that shows that collaborative effort can help empower minority groups and enhance their representation on the global knowledge platform like the Wikipedia, and future initiative can be built around these success to make free knowledge more inclusive. Thank you.
Hello, Atiba. Is anybody speaking to you then, or it's just you?
It's actually just me here.
Okay, so maybe I may need to just proceed because nobody seems to be here, but I believe we're live. So, good afternoon, everyone. Wherever you're joining from, either remotely or in person in South Africa, I want to say congratulations to you for participating in this year's Wiki Indaba conference. My name is Dr. Isaac Olatunde, and I'm joining you remotely from Nigeria, and I will be presenting.
Hello. Okay, can someone confirm that I am in the show? What about my video? Hello. Okay, my name is Olani Olushola. I'm the president of Wikimedia User Group Nigeria and the chairman of the Board of Trustees of Wikimedia Nigeria Foundation. It's my pleasure to be here today, and I want to congratulate everyone for making the 10th years anniversary of Wiki Indaba in Africa. this is something huge to everyone. I am actually going to talk basically on building a long-lasting community using partnership with the experience of Wikimedia User Group Nigeria. Okay. For Wikimedia User Group Nigeria, we have done quite a whole lot when it comes to partnership, and we feel that it's important that we share some of the experiences that we have been able to gather over the year with the African community and also the entire Wikimedia. So for Wikimedia User Group Nigeria, partnership is seen as collaborative effort and not just being the technical aspect of having partnership. We see our partner as friend, and we also see partner as a project that both of us need to work in it together to understand where we stand in the project and where we are heading to in the project. Because of time, I wouldn't have much time to break it down for us. Some of the issues why many projects do not really see the light of the day. When I talk about process, our partnership ideology is based on walking our potential partners through what we intend to achieve and how we want to do it. I've seen quite a lot of Wikimedians complaining why it is difficult for them, especially in Africa where things are not there for you, where the opportunities are not really clear for anyone. I've seen quite a lot of them talking to partners in technical jargons. And oftentimes, they don't even see what benefit they stand to gain in the proposed partnership. So most of the times, partnership has always been like a huge mountain for many Wikimedia group to climb. But for us, based on some of the key ideology that I've shared, making partnership to be more of a friendly affairs, making partnership to be more of seeing your potential partner, see them through the rigor of where you are in a partner and where you intend to achieve. So I'm going to give an instance of one of the key projects that we just we are working on presently, and we are so proud and excited about it. As an instance about how we can make partnership your potential partner to be a friend, and then you take them through the process so that everyone can see as you move on the ladder where you have every point in time. So it is easy for them to stake and release their future for you to manage. One of the key projects is the Wikipedia in Residence project that we signed a one-year contract with Lagos State government. It is something that is very, very challenging and difficult when you talk about that climb, because most times governments feel that their resources are scarce and they don't want to share. But for us, we made the government to see why you could use Wikipedia and its sister project as a key component to help in creating visibility for them. So our partnership starts with the Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture. Initially, when the discussion was ongoing, it wasn't clear. But in discussion with the potential partner, we made them to see why this can be possible, why they can invest in it. Remember, I mentioned some of the method, the ideology behind our partnership. Taking your potential partner in hand and take them through Oh, sorry. My apology. My camera just went off. So sorry. So I said earlier, one of the key methodology that we use as a Wikimedia project or Wikimedia organization in securing partnership is one, seeing partnership as a win-win. I fear you should stop telling them the jargons that they don't want to hear. There are things that they need to know. There are things that they want to grab. Once they grab it, your works are solved. And the second aspect of it is holding them by their hands and take them through the process from the beginning to the end. So we call it end to end. So you take them through it, they could see the process as it starts from the beginning up to where you are and where you are going. So it is even easier for the person talking to you to convince their superior officer about how you want to achieve it. So I said, I'm going to give an instance of the just signed 1-year project with Lagos State Government, Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture. It wasn't just a collaboration, it was a collaboration where we also convinced the government to put in resources because they could see the benefit to them and not just telling them what they don't want to hear. So the idea was we identify the number of heritage sites that the government have and they are proud of, but many of these are not really visible. So we identified those areas and we started not just rushing into the project by running a needs assessment of what entails, what especially is wrong with them. So this is another aspect that we need to inculcate in the movement, and our ability to be able to break down problem into pieces. We started with needs assessment that helps to x-ray what their challenges, the gaps. And with this, it was easy for us to present how we want to achieve it. And at the end, it becomes a project that is of pride to everyone. So for Wikimedia Nigeria, also, in building a sustainable community with partnership, we'll also ensure that each of the category of our programmatics ideologies are based on a link to a partnership, to a collaboration. So collaboration is also in our way, could be up and down. When it could be up and parallel. When it is parallel, we look at our other affiliates within our jurisdiction before we'll engage in a project. A very good instance is the Wikiloves event. In Nigeria, majority of the Wikiloves events are done together in partnership with the affiliates within our community, so that the result could be tangible, and also to foster continuation and camaraderie spirit among us. So the other aspect, which could be large, which could be up and down, is the one that we also focus on the ecosystem. We are pretty sure that majority of the resources that we need are not within the movement. 80% of those resources are actually outside the movement. So in also engaging in projects, for example, most of our education projects are run with tertiary institutions. This is an example of a lateral up and down partnership structure. So, and this is not limited to just within the movement, but rather we look beyond it. So we run Wiki Fan Club and some other Wiki in School projects, which is actually sitting on relationship with tertiary institutions in Nigeria. So we also talk about campaigns. We also talk about our GLAM project. One of the key GLAM projects that we run is the oral documentation. Most of these, most of all these are actually done by also linking with the potential partners. So in summary, partnership to us involve a win-win atmosphere where we make our potential partner to see the benefit that will stand for them when they engage in the partnership. And the second aspect is we break down the technicalities in a layman language in the manner that they can understand. And we don't stop there, we also hold them by the hands to take them through how the partnership works. So it has made their jobs easy. So I'm going to stop here and ask if there's any questions that may need to answer. And if not, I'm glad that I have this opportunity. 7 minutes, I will have come with a slide, but because 7 minutes is not enough to do any slide presentation, that's why I have to rush through all this. So thank you, everyone in South Africa and across Africa joining this lightning talk. Thank you.
All right, greetings from Nigeria and wherever you're joining from, either remotely or in person in Johannesburg. I want to say congratulations to you for participating in Wiki Indaba 2024. My name is Dr. Isaac Olatunde. I'm a Nigerian by birth, and I'm the founder of the Wikipedia pages Wording Follows. I'm also a community manager, and by extension, I'm a co-founder of the Wikimedia User Group Nigeria. But in the past 8 years, my work has primarily focused on growing small language Wikipedia. And I've supported the Yoruba Wikipedia in the past few years, where I'm also a CISO. One of the challenges that we currently face is that there's a paradigm shift, from indigenous languages into bigger languages. For example, in Nigeria, our official language is the English language. And because of that, many things we do, including comments, is done in English. And this has also, caused the shift, in terms of attentions to. Okay, thank you. Sorry. So in terms of attention, to the English Wikipedia. But knowledge does not exist in one language alone. Knowledge exists in many languages, including the indigenous languages that we have, across the African countries. So as Africans, we should begin to consider growing our small language Wikipedia so that they can, effectively to be able to effectively grow this language. But getting a native card can be very complex sometimes because the official language is English, so it's very difficult for you to be able to find out what language people are. Can be very complex sometimes because the official language is English, so it's very difficult for you to be able to find out what language can be very complex sometimes because. Sorry, what happened? The official language is English, so it's very difficult for you to be able to find out what language can be very complex sometimes. Hello. Okay, thank you. So it is very particularly challenging for people to be able to identify the native speakers. So there are different approaches. Sometimes you do one-on-one campaigns about a small language Wikipedia and ask if they can participate. But the Wikimedia movement as a movement has a lot of infrastructure that can actually help us to take care of some of these challenges. Take for example, we have the central notice banner that has been used for different purposes, over the years, and largely for fundraising, to encourage people to donate for Wikipedia through the central notice banner, and it has also been used to actually get photographers to contribute to some of our, photography campaign, like the Wikiloss Monument and the likes. But the central notice banner, is actually more than that. It can actually be a very good infrastructure and tools to recruit new editors to contribute to. So, because I continue to get the question on how to get the right people to contribute to Wikipedia, which is the native speakers of the languages. So I began to think, what can we do to ensure that we actually bring this native speaker? So I thought about the Serial Notice banner as a tool and experimented on it. What we did basically was to create a form that say, hey, thanks for reading Wikipedia, but do you know Wikipedia exists in Yoruba language? Uh, and if you can speak and write Yoruba language, please register to be trained on how to contribute. And within less than 2 hours, we have over 1,000 people that actually registered to be trained. And they were trained. At the end of the day, because of course, retentionship can be very difficult, in the Wikimedia movement. So it was pretty difficult to retain the entire 1,000 that were trained. So we're able to retain only 50. And that 50 people continues to contribute as we speak today. Imagine if we take advantage of the millions of readers that reads the bigger language Wikipedia, and recruit them as contributors as well. Imagine that we retain 50 for every 1,000 people, and for every 1 million people, we're able to retain at least 1,000 people. So it means that the smaller language Wikipedia will not have less than 1,000 people contributing to it every year. So imagine we have a 10 years plan and we have 10,000 contributors contributing on a daily basis to this small language Wikipedia. What that means is that we can effectively compete, with other bigger languages Wikipedia. Yes, this might be a new approach because Yoruba Wikipedia is the first and the only Wikipedia that has used that approach to the best of my knowledge. And that's why I'm sharing, with the wider African community to see if there's any particular community that is interested in this approach. We can, I can personally say how to put them through and how to get it done, because we need to begin to give attention to our small language Wikipedia. We need to begin to see our languages as unique, because that is one of the platform through which we can actually showcase our diversity, our knowledge, our culture. Because if you look at the language of an article, for example, the language in which a content is written mostly will reflect the culture of that language, and of course the language speaker, the culture of the language speakers and the people. So if we begin to grow our small language Wikipedia, we don't need to be worried. In fact, we don't even need to be worried about IP block exemptions and what have you that you have on those bigger language Wikipedia, because with a small language Wikipedia, you can actually create content, build capacity for people, showcase what you have. And if there's any challenges, you can easily deal with that locally, because it's a local language Wikipedia. And most people who are actually in position of power, they may be administrators or breakers, as the case may be, will be people that you can easily reach out to, and manage. So that is the idea. But I do think that we should find a way to better engage people who are interested, in trying new things. And when you do that, you say that the results you will get will be different from the regular things that people do. You will be able to solve bigger problems just with simple techniques that we already have in place. So colleagues, I have a short time, 7 minutes, so I'm not able to go into details. I mean, maybe share screen as the case may be, to showcase some of the methods that you can use. But basically, I want you to have it at the back of your mind that the Wikimedia movement have a very powerful tool, the central notice banner, that you can as well use to recruit volunteers for your small language Wikipedia and any other Wikimedia project in your language that you want to get native speakers to contribute on. Thank you very much for listening. Do enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. I'm sorry we had a bit of distortion at the beginning, but we managed to finally hear you. And thank you once again for your time and effort in still connecting online. Thank you all actually for the lightning talks today. And we're now going to open up this room and get ready for our last session. Thank you. Thank you, Candy. Thank you, Terry. We're now going to open Alice, Sia.
2, 2.
I think that won't be the case. Last night actually was very.
Then how many more do you need? Four more. No, no, two. Oh. Just change. We need four, Mike. Okay, so that one's on. Then we good.
Hola, man. Yeah, and now I think based on Wikimedia, everybody gets it wrong. Okay, Belinda.
I'm trying to get these people in. Okay.
That was very effective. When I started, I didn't. This was 2021. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I think it's been around. Any, I think it's one. Not sure. Douglas Rent. Yeah. Oh, is that right? Is this oh, okay. I was gonna say
Two.
Hi, Anisha. Hi. Just want to observe we're starting late. I know. Starting late, which is actually a little bit good. Back to the president. It's like 5 minutes for the elevator check. So it's like it's 4:47. It's ready for 3:47. It's all fine. I also think this fantasy about everybody leaving right is not going to.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the last session of the day. Hey, someone's saying it, you can't hear me. Welcome to the last session of the day. We've been here for 2 days now, and now we are looking forward to having a conversation, not only with the CEO, but as well as with some members of the Board of Trustees. If you are still lingering in the doorway, this is an invitation for you to please sit at the front. Yeah, backbencher tendencies. And for those who are
Yes? The newcomers, you're feeling welcomed, I hope? Yes? Okay, excellent. This session is an opportunity to both ask questions, but also just have a conversation about the foundation. We're gonna do it in two parts. The first is that, sorry, I'm Mariana Iskander. If I haven't met anybody, I'm the CEO of the Wikimedia Foundation. The foundation does quite a lot of research to collect data that helps us all, not just at the foundation, but helps communities understand what we're learning about things happening in the world. So I've asked Anusha to just start by sharing some of the research that we're learning about Africa as it relates to users and readers and others. When Anusha finishes, Mike Peel, who's one of the trustees on the foundation's board, is going to share just a little bit of information about the board and how it works. We're then going to open it up. If you have questions about their presentations, that's great. If you have questions about anything, I'm happy to try to answer that. Can I just quickly ask the staff of the Wikimedia Foundation who are in the room to just stand, because these are folks who might help us answer questions if needed. So in the back end here. Thank you all very much. Anusha, is that mic working?
Is this working?
Yeah.
Can you hear me all? Great. Oh, I'm gonna try to still. I think that's better, yeah? Great. Hi, everyone. So great to be here today. I spoke to some of you yesterday if you were here for the session on media and how it affects our movement. And I was with you last year at Wiki Indaba as well. I also have a very special connection to Africa because I spent some of my childhood in Nigeria. So really happy to be here, and it's been a really exciting 2 days. As Mariana said, we wanted to share a little bit of research to you that gives you context on some of the work that we do together. At the Wikimedia Foundation, we've been working closely with the movement to understand a key question: what does the world need from us now? And answering this question is really important to responding to external trends and tackling some of the goals that we've had around trust building as well as growth and ensuring people have access to knowledge. Part of the way that we answer that is through what we call the brand health tracker. And if we can actually go to the next slide. Oh, this is right. Great. So the Wikimedia Brand Health Tracker is a tool that we use about every 6 months to understand brand perceptions of the Wikimedia Foundation and projects, including Wikipedia, by surveying the global online population. These are public audiences as opposed to volunteers, which is covered in our Community Insight Survey. We use the Brand Health Tracker in particular to guide strategy in multiple areas. The Change the Stats Gender Equity campaign that we ran in March and April with volunteers, we actually used the Brand Health Tracker to gather insights from that. And one of the regions that we particularly focused on was Sub-Saharan Africa. Another example is recent work that we've done with our product team on futures work to understand how influencers on TikTok actually use Wikipedia in building some of their content. So you can see from that the Brand Health Tracker is very relevant to how we build strategy at the foundation and how we give you lessons to engage your constituents and motivate readers to become more involved in the movement. We've done 5 of these now, and we've covered 27 countries with 27,000 respondents. A key region for us is Sub-Saharan Africa. So I'm going to share some of this interesting data now, and hopefully it'll help inform your work and our collaborations. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go through all of our key findings. We will make this available to you on Meta afterwards if it's actually not already there. But I do want to highlight 2 in particular. First, there are knowledge activists that are really active in this region in particular. Sub-Saharan Africa has a young and growing online population and more knowledge activists than any other region. These are heavy knowledge consumers who care about misinformation and knowledge equity. The second really interesting trend out of all of these, I think, is that TikTok is showing itself in this region as a growing way to share knowledge, and we need to examine together what that means for our work. Next slide, please. So this slide basically shows that there's a higher interest in knowledge equity in the sub-Saharan Africa region, which may explain why Wikimedia Foundation awareness is higher in this region, with trust in Wikimedia Foundation also high and growing. 33% of the internet population is now familiar with the foundation, and that's up from 19% in 2021. The global awareness level is 23%. Trust levels are also high. So 82% of those aware of the foundation consider it honest and unbiased, and that surpasses trust rates in regions like North America and Northern and Western Europe. Northern and Western Europe is 68% and North America is 66%. Wikipedia's presence is also notable, with 78% of the online population familiar with the platform. Next slide, please. So the audience in sub-Saharan Africa is predominantly young, and internet penetration is increasing rapidly. And that could be a reason for higher awareness of digital platforms in this region. But the competition for attention from other platforms is very clear from the data that we've received. Apps like TikTok have surged in popularity, and we're seeing 93% awareness among connected users, particularly the youth. Wikipedia is at 79%. Next slide, please. So Wikipedia usage is lower in North America and sub-Saharan Africa compared to the global average. Usage in sub-Saharan Africa has actually dropped from 57% in 2022 to 42% in 2024, while TikTok and YouTube usage has climbed to 71% and 92% respectively. Not having a reason to visit Wikipedia and low familiarity also have been cited as the biggest usage barriers, which opens opportunities to address this issue, in my view, by raising understanding and showing how aligned our work is with that large community of knowledge activists who I believe share common values with us. Next slide, please. So despite the decline in usage, trust in Wikipedia does remain really high in sub-Saharan Africa. And of note, despite the difference in usage, usage with TikTok, trust is higher in Wikipedia. 79% of users agree that Wikipedia is reliable, which compares favorably to trust levels in other regions. Next slide, please. Of note is that 35% of Wikipedia users in the region are new, and they've only used the platform for less than a year, which reveals an appetite and an opportunity for us all. While 42% have been using it for more than 5 years, around 20% of users haven't accessed the platform in the last 3 months. And those are a group that we identify as lapsed users. So this is my final slide, and I do think it's a positive one. This region shows us, oh, great. This region shows a strong willingness to contribute to Wikipedia, with 33% of users expressing an interest in editing or publishing, which is one of the highest globally. This presents a really big opportunity for all of us to further engage and grow what we see as a really digitally connected population in sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you. I hope these insights were helpful to your work. And if you have any questions, we can address those. I don't know if we're doing that now or a little bit later. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Anusha. I'm going to ask Mike to give a similarly, we hope, brief and deep presentation about the work of the foundation's leadership and particularly the Board of Trustees. And at that point, we'll open it up for, as I said, any questions or topics of conversation.
Okay, hello everyone in the room and online. So I'm Mike Peel. I've been editing Wikipedia since 2005. I joined the Board of Trustees in 2022. If we can go to the next slide. I just want to give a brief summary of what the Foundation Board is and what it does. So there's 12 people on the board. There's Jimmy Wales, founder of Wikipedia, and there's 11 others, 6 of which are community elected. So you get to vote for who those are. And we've just finished, or coming to the end of the elections for 4 of those. So the results of that will be coming out very soon. And next year, there'll be another 2 seats up for election. The other 5 are selected based on their expertise to bring in complementary views. So we have great people there, for example, Louise from Tech from Sao Paulo and people like that, who bring in really valuable expertise onto the board. And we work together to tackle some of the big issues around the world within Wikimedia. So if we can go to the next slide. We work with the foundation leadership. So you've already met Mariana, Anusha, and there's also Lisa, Selena, Stephen, Jamie, Jaime, and Courtney, who are the C-levels at the foundation. And the board and the leadership work closely together on these issues. If you go to the next slide. So what does the foundation board itself do? We look at the big picture. We provide oversight and strategy for the Wikimedia Foundation overall. So on the oversight side, that means doing our fiducial responsibility. So making sure the money foundation spending is going well, making sure it's well audited, making sure everything's running smoothly, looking at the annual plans and taking the oversight role there. We also have a strategic role that we're looking to the future and seeing what's going to be coming up in the future that we need to look at, which is working with staff leadership on the long-term goals and pathways for that. So that can be looking at the community growth trends and ways that we can influence that by doing different things. Can be looking at potential impact of large language models with AI, how that will impact Wikipedia in the future. Other ways that the future will change and try to anticipate those and plan for those to happen in the future. The board is very supervisory. We're not doing hands-on work. We're not doing day-to-day work. That is the staff. We look at the bigger picture and we supervise. We say we only have 1 employee, which is the CEO. We talk with Mariana a lot. Everything goes through her. She manages the staff. We don't interfere with that. That's a very important distinction. That can be very different from when you're a new affiliate where you're starting up, where the board is very hands-on. When you get to be a more mature organization, you have to have that because you can't do everything as volunteers, particularly when you're at the foundation scale. So the next slide, please. We work in practice with various committees. So we get together for board meetings twice a year in person and twice online. But we also work as committees in between that to divide out the work and try to make a lot of progress. So at the moment, we have the executive committee, the audit committee. So the executive's doing the coordination overall. The audit's looking at the finances, reviews of Form 990 you may be familiar with, and that comes out. Governance is looking at the governance of the foundation, and it's also looking now at the movement charter and the ways forward with that. Community Affairs Committee is really community facing, so we have regular meetings with the community with that. We look at a whole different range of topics which are community related. And Product and Tech Committee is looking at the product side and the tech side and making sure that we're doing the right things there and we're strategizing in the right direction there. We then also have liaisons to various committees. So I'm one of the AFCOM liaisons. You may have heard yesterday in Harriet's talk. So that is liaising, making sure we're sharing information. We've got views coming in from the board to the committees and information from the committees going back to the board, making sure things are flowing well there. So at the moment, we've got the Affiliations, Language, Elections Committee. We're going to have the Product and Tech Advisory Council soon, which is going to be a bit different in format. You may have seen that advertised. If you haven't, please look it up, particularly if you're interested in tech, because that's going to be a really good way of having discussions about product and tech work in the foundation more widely with Selena, who's head of tech, and board members and everyone. So that should be really important. Next slide, please. So where to connect? We do regular conversations with trustees meetings. So this one, for example, but also online, we have one every 3 months or so, including one at Wikimedia. If you go to the Community Affairs page, you can find the list of events there. We have a board notice board, which we put up notices regularly when there's things happening you may be interested in. There's also the brand new foundation bulletin, which you can subscribe to and get delivered to your talk page. And that will give every 2 weeks an update of everything happening across foundation, but also more widely across the movement that's of interest. So that's the latest effort we're making to try to broadcast more what we're doing and try to get more engagement with that. You can also read our resolutions, and the board meetings are all publicly available. And please do talk to us in person at these events and on Wiki as well. And thanks, and we'll go to Q&A now.
Great. Thank you, Mike. I want to acknowledge, yes, please, round of applause for both of them. I'm so short that I have to stand up so I can see the room. I do want to say a special thanks to the trustees. Mike was part of that group for getting this bulletin off the ground, and so that it is a way that you don't have to try to find everything going on at the foundation. You can go to one place. So I would really encourage you to look that up and make that part of your reading. It's impossible, although we keep trying to improve communications and got feedback from the community insight survey that things are heading in the right direction, but we can keep improving and get feedback. So now it's your time. Let's hear if there are, as I said, questions about the data that Anusha presented, questions about the information Mike shared, or any other topics. And it's also fine if you just have a reflection or a comment. It doesn't have to be a question. Who do we want to hear from? Let's see. I do sometimes have a habit of asking you questions if you don't ask me questions, so. Oh, yeah.
Just as well, if you've got questions online, please do ask them in the chat and we can take them there.
Thank you. For those of you online as well, yeah. Yep, back. Yep. Do you mind introducing yourself? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matete Lesele, and my question would be for the lady behind you.
Nusha?
Yeah. Because she was presenting specifically for the sub-Saharan Africa. Was that strategic in terms of only pulling out data from that section, or is this something that you do regularly where you focus on a specific region to pull data from?
Yeah, so we run the brand health tracker every 6 months, and we do different regions. We thought that this audience in particular would be more interested in the sub-Saharan Africa data, but we actually pull data for this region on a 6-month basis. So, and we often will rotate the countries. So a lot of what you saw today was from our 4th tracker. We've done this 5 times. There's one in progress right now. And a lot of that data will come from Kenya, South Africa, as well as Sudan and Nigeria. But we often will change the countries, and we're open to feedback on what countries we should focus on next as well.
Did that answer your question? Yeah, great. Anybody else? Yeah, there's one here. Got you. Again, do you mind introducing? Oh, no, right there. We'll come to you just now. Can you introduce? Sorry, I saw.
Thank you so much. My name is Michael Maua from Kenya. And that was very interesting presentation, especially the statistics on the platforms, which especially these young people are accessing. And I'm interested because you look at this TikTok and which are ahead of the Wikipedia. And I don't know how you made, what came to your mind when we look at these statistics, considering these young people, their perception and how they consume the information and the product we have, the Wikimedia projects that we have. Does it really challenge us to see how we package our information? Or what is the way to go in terms of the products that we are giving? Because one of the products we have is Wikipedia, which is majorly textual, and pictorials. Do we have, like, to get these young people, do we get a platform where they can consume materials like that? Can we compete with TikTok? Can we, those questions. So does it affect the strategic direction of our movement in terms of how whatever we give out? So that is what I was thinking, and I don't know if the foundation also was thinking the way I'm trying to think. Thank you.
You've asked an enormous question, and I think the short answer is yes. Those are the exact topics that I would say have been on the minds of many volunteers in our movement and the Wikimedia Foundation for an extended period of time. I might just give you a few quick answers, but I think this is a topic we could probably spend the whole room talking about for a very long time. I think part of the reason that we are trying to ask, what does the world need from us, is that we as a movement are looking out and paying attention to what's changing around us. I personally believe that there is so much we can learn from the African continent about young audiences, because this is a young continent. And we can learn a lot about how people engage with the internet in different ways, because as we know, this is a mobile continent. This is a young continent. This is a place where people also, as we know, limited data, expensive data, prioritizing what they're doing online. The question of how does Wikipedia show up against those trends, people have been asking, in my view, since day one. Today, we have at least 3 challenges that I think keep us focused. The first is generative AI, because what we see there is that more and more people are gonna use a chat interface instead of go searching for links, right? So many people, you're nodding your heads because some of you are doing that too. So instead of going to Google and typing in a search box and then clicking on the link and going to Wikipedia, even Google is changing how do search results present themselves. And that's a very big deal for us, because we know that so much of our referral traffic comes from Google. So paying attention to how readers and consumers are going to use chat interfaces is important. What I would say is very good news is that as more and more of these large language models, the machine learning models that all these companies are building, they rely more and more on Wikipedia, right? Now that doesn't change our mission, it doesn't change our model, but it forces some hard questions about how are we gonna be in a world where I think Wikipedia is going to be more vital, but less visible, right? We're more vital because the models need us more and more. We're less visible because people going and clicking and going to a web page is changing, not overnight, but it's changing, and we have to pay close attention. So the product team is really thinking, along with communities, what are the ways of using, let's be honest, the limited, compared to all these other platforms, resources that we have to fix things for today, but also build things for tomorrow. How do we find the right balance? And I think they've at least done a good job of explaining the decisions that they're making, so that even if people don't like them, at least they understand them. And some of that is trying to, Anusha's point in the presentation, is trying to build experiments to understand our relationship to these other platforms. So how do TikTok influencers use Wikipedia content in creating things on TikTok? Is that worth understanding? We built a Chrome extension around a citation needed, that when you're searching the internet and you want to know where something's coming from, does that have value? We experimented with a plugin with ChatGPT. If you wanted to ask ChatGPT a question and you only wanted the answer to come from Wikipedia, what would that look like? So I think we are learning quickly. And in some cases, those experiments are showing us, you know, OpenAI changed the plugin model, so that didn't seem like a thing that's going to really like grow and evolve. So we have to evolve. And that's why I think in these spaces, having time to think about what's happening everywhere else is important, because it's going to help us make better decisions. So I think this is everyday work, but I think that you know, in my mind, more vital and less visible is the challenge I think that we really have to take on in this phase of the internet and what we're seeing. So I hope that's helpful. Okay, I think there was one here, yeah.
D'accord, je parle en français.
No problem.
Je suis Adel Nehawa de l'Algérie. Premièrement, la présentation, c'est uniquement pour la suite subsaharienne. Donc, le nord d'Afrique n'est pas évoqué ici. Ça, c'est ma première question. Est-ce que nous sommes des Africains, oui ou non?
Répète la question pour que je puisse traduire.
We understood that. Not what he said. I understood what you were doing.
Ma deuxième question, c'est la façon de faire la répartition géographique. Par exemple, nous avons le Soudan. Le Soudan, ça appartient à Sud-Afrique, au Wikimedia. Par contre, il travaille étroitement avec le MENA. Donc, c'est-à-dire, nous avons fait déjà des activités. Généralement, c'est avec MENA, c'est pas avec le Sub-Sahara. Donc, c'est la même chose. Est-ce que si la Somalie appartient au Sub-Saharien ou bien au MENA? La même chose pour l'Iran. Donc, on a plusieurs pays. Donc, est-ce que la répartition géographique a été faite effectivement selon l'activité ou bien selon quels critères? Bien, merci.
So he's asking about the geographical attachment of some countries. So, for example, Sudan is more linked to the Arab world than Sub-Saharan Africa. And for example, he also given the example of Somalia, who is in the Horn of Africa, but at the same time linked to the other regions. And also given the example of Iran, who's in the MENA region, but not Arabic speaking. So how does it work in this aspect?
I think Anusha can answer specifically for the survey because there's always a methodology. All of you know that dividing up countries into regions is an impossible task. And we struggle with that very much in the Wikimedia movement. Is it languages? Is it culture? Is it geographic borders? Is it countries that have other things in common? So even before Anusha answers for the survey, impossible task. And so often you just have to have the methodology that explains what the data is saying, and then we can try to add other countries, as I understand it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We do have data on countries in North Africa as well as in the MENA region. We just chose to do Sub-Saharan Africa for the purposes of this presentation. Also, there's actually all 4 of the brand health tracker decks that we have done thus far are available on Meta. So you'll be able to see those directly on Meta if you want to access information about North Africa and North America and other regions as well.
Yeah, I can translate this. So Marianne is saying in the beginning, it's very difficult to...
I was like, why are you doing that in English?
Désolé.
Prof Lange was right, hey? We're conditioned.
So, elle avait dit au départ que c'était un peu difficile de rattacher les régions selon les critères. Donc, il faut avoir une méthodologie claire. Est-ce que c'est des bases culturelles, linguistiques ou bien géographiques pour voir à quel rattachement lier un pays à une région. Et pour ce qui est de l'étude qui a été faite, donc la méthodologie a été préparée, publiée, donc sur la base des régions qui sont existantes. Donc, sur la base de ce que la Fondation considère comme étant région. Et sur cette base-là, ils ont produit les études. Et tout est accessible sur Meta. Et, merci. Sorry again.
No, fantastic. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I'm Ruby from Ghana, the co-founder for Africa Wiki Women. I'm very interested in the AI part. I know that AI is the thing today. It's very important, especially as we see the global trend, like a lot of things changing. I'm also curious to know what are the negative impacts of AI to our work as Wikimedians? I think it's something that I always think about, like, how can it affect us negatively? Because if people are searching on ChatGPT with AI plugins, it means they are not more going to be looking for information on our platform. How will that affect us as Wikimedians? So just to understand, what are the different challenges that have been assessed, and what can we do to also address those challenges?
Yeah. Again, it's a huge topic, Ruby, so we'll only have a minute. And frankly, there are probably people in this room who may have a better answer than me, but I'll give a quick one just in the interest of time. I think that there is enough happening that we understand there are societal harms that AI can present if it's not well used, right? We see models that give people actually incorrect information in moments that it matters. You know what I mean? Like they might make a bad decision or so there's societal harms that I think are inconsistent with our values and our mission. And that's something that we have to decide how to use our voice and frankly, the values of Wikimedia to help, whether it's the builders of the models, whether it's regulators. You know, some of us were at the United Nations General Assembly last week trying to help regulators who know that there are societal harms. So that's one. How our data is being used in these models is a second. I think the hard thing for every movement that builds something that works is that you have to keep building things that people want and not trying to get people to use something that you built that they don't want anymore, right? And I think the difficulty that we have to face into is that most trends of how people use the internet, I think means, not for everybody, people coming to Wikipedia is going to be less because they go through YouTube, they go through ChatGPT, they go through these other things, right? And even though we're going to do our best to hang on to those page views, because let's remember that's how we raise a lot of our revenue, is through people coming and clicking on the banners and donating. But I think there are many studies that show that organizations die when they hang on to the thing that's their only solution and people don't want it anymore, right? The good news that relates to all of these is that I think we've built a capability, not only at the foundation, but I do want to credit particularly our advancement team, of thinking way ahead. How do we think way ahead so that we're not surprised when these trends hit? Building other revenue sources. So enterprise and the endowment are good examples of thinking ahead. And we're paying very close attention to what is Google doing, because again, so much of our traffic comes from Google. If they start, which they're already doing, those of you can see, they give you the AI answer before they give you the links. And so it's going to take more work to scroll down the page to find the link. So those are just a few, I think, sort of quick things, Ruby, but I think this is an important topic and one we should be talking about in all of our forums and all of our settings, and how to face into change in a positive way without fear and know what we have to change to stay relevant and, to Anusha's statistics, really be a product and then hang on to our values. I think in a world where we see that those being open, being transparent, being all the things, we have an important role to play in making sure that those values are part of these conversations about AI. Yeah, of course.
So one other thing that I wanted to add too is the work that you are doing is incredibly vital for the future of the internet as well. So we're talking about challenges in the context of our work, but we also have to contemplate challenges for the wider internet. Just connecting back to some of the conversations that were had yesterday around the disappearance of language in the digital world. We know that only 1% of language on the internet exists in Arabic right now. Only about 4.5% exist in French. That's a huge problem for the fact that generative AI tools need to train off of digital data that exists on the internet. And that means basically that, again, we are going to get information and answers that is only delivered from one worldview and essentially from one language if we don't pay attention to creating more content in languages. Wikipedia now exists in 300 languages, and we are a leader in that space when it comes to the digital world. So we have a vital role to play in protecting what comes next on the internet as well. All of you are part of that.
Yeah. Could I, Veronica here?
Yes.
Here. I'll just add a little bit and hand it to Nabantu. I think to Ruby, your question linking to some of the conversations we had yesterday and some of the data Anusha showed around, I think we're being invited. We've done an incredible job around creating awareness around Wikipedia in the main languages, but also in the local languages. And we're being invited from the data that, yes, I know, but I don't know how I could. And these may shift around how we've been doing some of the work we've been doing, being recognizing who is this person in the room. This is a young person. Yes, they're interested in contributing to Wikipedia, but their attention is also being, drawn towards TikTok and other platforms. So even how they learn about what Wikipedia is, how they contribute, the policies guiding, contributing to Wikipedia remains very critical, because if the language models are picking this information from Wikipedias, it makes it even more important that that knowledge is notable, is coming from a neutral point of view, is verifiable. So that, as Anusha saying, at the local level is so critical to making sure, yes, we're shifting, and at the same time we're being invited to review how do we continue doing things the way we've been doing, or is there an opportunity to shift a little bit to support the people who are coming in? Yeah.
So I'm going to give Mike actually the last word, because I've also been encouraged when longtime volunteers have seen lots of things change, lots of trends, right? Sometimes we think things don't change, but actually things have changed a lot over the last 23 years. And so maybe Mike will give you any reflections you have.
I think there's been a lot covered and very well done. One point I think we didn't cover is the impact this will have on editing. That when these new people are coming in, they're used to using LLMs already, they're going to turn to those as the first point of getting more information they can add to Wikipedia. How do we deal with that? How do we look at the editorial process for ingesting LLM-generated material? How do we look at images that have been generated by AI? They're already coming onto Commons, there's already people experimenting with that. And we need to look at the editorial process and figure out what's the best way to do that, which I think is going to happen naturally, but also we need to be open with that. I work a lot with Wikidata, and that has had a lot of resistance on different Wikipedias for being integrated, even though that's a minor change compared to LLMs. So if we can't even handle Wikidata coming along on a reasonable timescale, that's worrying for the future. So we all need to be thinking what's going to be coming up, or how do we react to it? How do we gain from it, learn from it, and improve our processes for that?
Well, as Mike said, it's important to have these sessions, but also we're here. And so we can continue these conversations in person and smaller groups and other forums. Again, the slide that Mike presented on all of the different communications channels, please look at those. I'll make sure, if it's not already there, that the slides are available to all of you. And I'm going to be very bossy and say that we have to get organized to take a picture by the pool quickly. So Belinda wants us all to walk over there, and it'll be obvious what to do, or do you want to tell us now before we go anywhere what to do? If we do this now, it'll just happen in a snap.
Okay. Sorry, my legs.
Go ahead,
All right, so all of us will be heading to the poolside right now for a group photo. But before you get up, at exactly 5:15, the buses will be leaving for Soweto. Then as you are in Soweto, please think about the Africa agenda. Terry, the slide. So from Wiki Indaba in 2021, we've been having these conversations through the Africa Baraza. And with your involvement as the community, we were able to consolidate these conversations into the Africa agenda. And tomorrow morning at exactly 9, we will be here to look at how we are going to be implementing the things that we've discussed over the last 2 years. So to the poolside, at 5:15, the buses leave. If we leave you, your fault. See you tomorrow. Hey guys, the photo, the cameraman is ready. Now, the photo is in English and French. Poolside. Mugende ku pool. My bell. That is okay, but I think you'll need a sweater. Let me get you some.